these changes. Okay, so saying if I go to your Git, I can... Okay. I think I can just pull it. I don't know Git very well. I guess, you know, well, someone on Discord. Over text, but I'm talking to myself while I'm reading their messages. So I did some lighting stuff last night while I was not, you know, on stream. So we have a day-night cycle. A little bit busted. Maybe I should recompile because the person total fixed it, and so, or hopefully, I don't know. I noticed the thing I didn't read what they actually changed. Branches, fixed lighting. Use chunk offsets. Okay, so the fixed lighting branch, I'm just gonna copy that. And I should be able to like bring that in as a branch. I just want to see what like their fix to the lighting did. Looks kind of cool. Looks kind of cool. It's still got issues when the sun transitions. It just suddenly snaps to the other side, and it's still never nighttime. But still looks like kind of cool. Also, you can't tell at all that I'm actually moving the world, not the player, which is kind of cool. So I love doing that. Except when you do that, because obviously, like the sky box doesn't like that I can clip below the ground and then teleport back above the ground. That's what that shimmering is it's me teleporting the player back above Y0 when they travel below Y0. Really should offset them maybe to the center of a chunk instead of, you know, like just. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so now we have a day-night cycle and lighting. I'm gonna slow it back down so it doesn't run me miles an hour, but they said they had like a simple lighting version that I was gonna get. So can I do something like this? No, I just add a new one. Clone repository, paste this repository. What the fuck? URL. Sure, just dump in dependencies. That'll be fine. And then we got a code. Let's open a folder. YouTube dependencies, idle game, select. Yes. New terminal code run. Okay. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to compile, but hopefully that'll work. I just want to like see what their simple lighting did. So we can have a look inside their shader and see. I need to get like an actual WGSL extension that can fucking resolve this shit because it's so annoying that it complains about all this stuff. So let's see. So we add light. So this is all my stuff. So basically I made the effect of light 10 times less because otherwise the whole world just glowed in the sun. And then made a little bit of ambient light so that there's no thing. Okay, so then we resolve position, which takes in all the mesh stuff. So it's gonna be an add light, isn't it? Light stuff, light stuff, light stuff, add light. Directional light. So diffuse color. Right, I did pull that version in. Or maybe I pulled the wrong branch. Maybe that's what's wrong. For my own purposes. But yeah, fixed lighting. Okay. So let's stop compiling this one. Start compiling the fixed lighting version. Yeah, poke around in Git and look at the differences. So There, dot normal. Cross something there. Okay. Ah, because I made day length a constant. Cool. Oh, nice. And they made the map size much easier to fix. Okay. Oh, actually, no, I could be doing it. I play a control. That's not good. So I actually think I merged this in, so it probably is the same code that I was just running. Just weird shit because the sun goes below the ground and it flips over. The lighting is kind of atrocious. But that's because I was taking all of Bevy's lighting and I was just like sort of yanking bits out until I got it to work without having to import everything. I'm pretty sure that WGSL and WESL is fucking... It claims that it's capable of doing Bevy stuff, I'm pretty sure. I think it was this one. WGSL. Or is it this one? Nope. One of these extensions definitely says it can do like the Bevy stuff. Manual. It has literally nothing. Looks very strange. Oh, I switched to the pre-release. Maybe that'll stop complaining. No, still complains. Wait, I'm not allowed in WGSL mode. Doesn't that imply that I went to ESL? Did it work? Unexpected token. WESL. I don't know how to like import. I mean, apparently we just say import. At fragment at if noise. Alright, well it doesn't work at all, so that might be worth looking into in the future, but anyway, look at the lighting. Yeah, there's a very harsh change in the lighting as the sun transitions from below and above the horizon. So there's something wrong with the lighting, but I fuck knows about how to do it. It almost certainly has something to do with the way that we're calculating view. Yeah, I watch a lot of Vsauce, or at least I did when they used to upload videos. Where the hell is the yeah. There's a bit where I calculate the light direction. The view normal. So it's something. I suppose I like not doing imports. I can't actually like do any kind of hover to know what this fucking does. But what happens if I flip this to true? Oh, everything is black. Oh, it's orthographic. Yeah, that stuff is orthographic. What position? So that. Okay, something is not right. No. Okay. Interesting. Honestly, I should probably pull in more of the Bevy code. Alright, anyway, player controller, because we'll be fucking around forever on lights if we do that. Okay, let's just close this. Let's go back to... Let's go... Remove, yep, remove. Idle game. Yeah, so just had their changes. So they were the same. Okay, we just have to open code again. And go back to my copy. Can I delete this? Don't think so. No. Projects, Fox Idle game. Right. And then rerun this just to make sure that it's working. Cool. Okay. And then we're going to go to ambience and we'll turn the sun speed down. Somewhere. I don't know where this day length is. Ah, day length. Okay. So you're going to go like 600. So that's every 20 minutes. It'll go from day to night. Just to have some fun. Probably should make nights shorter because otherwise it's going to be a long time in the dark. Right. The player... So we should probably make this like a new thing and say fly camera. Or fly camera. And then do that. And then the fly camera gets all the stuff. So this is the moving the world, detect transitions. Hide and show cursor can all stay here. Okay, player look. Toggling the cursor needs to move down here. Right. So the player look and the move player and probably the fly camera settings all get put into fly camera like this. We're going to say use super like so, and then I'm gonna do something like let's go back to player and we say state, maybe state enum, move mode, it's gonna be fly and walk being that like we're actually gonna do actual physics and whatnot. So we're gonna go up to here, we're gonna say you can do the move bindings. Okay, so exit this, we're gonna say init add plugin fly camera fly plugin, something like that, because that'll let us go into fly camera here and then go plugin fly plugin, fly plugin like this, and then we can paste this in, say app. That's actually app. So this does this, and then we turn nothing. Right. So this does this, and we have to be run if in state think I'm not entirely sure, but I think I can chain this and say run if in state move mode. Right. I think those two being chained together should mean that I can actually technically player look should probably actually also be upper layer. Something like that. Alright, so we're gonna take player look for one thing. Right. Player move doesn't need to be chained. We're gonna go back up to player. Gonna move player in here. Rename it to mod. That. And say, hey, player look gets to live up here. Because technically looking around is going to be something you do regardless if you're flying or not. To pre-update player look. So we need to move the player dot after player look. The idea being you want to update which way the player's looking before you move them, so you get a consistent movement regardless of how Bevy decides to order things. For enforcing its movement. And then I'm going to say okay, wait, run if. Yeah, undo this. Run if in state mode, and then we're going to say in set, and then we make like a system set system systems. No, it's struct player move, and it's just to derive like system, derive system set. What else does it need? It needs hash variable clone debug. So we go up here and we say inset player movement. Then we go up here and we say app.configure sets in pre-update player movement dot run if. Yep, cool. So we have to whole thing right? Like this. Run if in state playing. And then player look is inset this, and then we go up here and we say that you run in pre-update. Like that. So now we move the player after we make the player look inset player movement, which means player movement will only run if we're in the game playing, and then this will only run if we're in fly mode. You have an issue because we probably need a separate struct camera settings. And that will be things like the look sensitivity. So look sensitivity and invert Y are both going to be in camera settings. And then the movement speed will be down here. How do you... No, because you have the speed. Cool. And then this is camera settings. And then we import camera. Import default for camera settings. Look sensitivity 0.5. Not a resource apparently. Drive resource. And then we just need to go to here and say init resource, move bindings, init resource, camera settings, and then add the plugin plug camera. Okay. Now, in theory, that should make everything sit the same, except we need to modify this to use. I didn't make it public. Up camera settings. Camera settings. Camera settings. Camera settings. Right, you don't use camera settings, you use... Alright, so we need camera settings, and you also need to be apply camera settings. That's the wrong kind of rockets. Apply settings. Fix all of that, yes, okay, and then you're in Y. Must be private. Alright, fuck it, we'll make it public in, let's say hub use Y camera settings. Okay, one more error fix. That's because that's camera setting, my friend. Okay. That should fix all of the UI related issues. Now we can have a walk mode and a fly mode. This code really needs cleaning up. Oh, we never initialized the player plugin. We need to say like app dot init state move mode. Right. So we can always, like, in future change the default to being walk and then have a debug setting to turn it to fly. I'm gonna jump in the lane. Oop. Alright, so flight camera is working, everything's working, cool. Alright. So I think first things first, we would do like a basic physics thing. So we're gonna say mod player controller. Apparently I was spelling that wrong, so now okay. So the player controller And then here we're gonna have a we'll just say plugin first. There's player con controller plugin. I guess. Okay, cool. Then we go this. Oh. God, my fucking key shortcut brain is not working down. Just keep pressing on shortcuts. Use super this. Okay, so at the moment player control's gonna do shit. We have to go back to like main and add like physics, I guess. Mod physics. So the way I'm thinking physics is gonna work is you probably want to like a marker, non-marker thing. I don't know. Because effectively I want to do my own hitboxing stuff, because I think like the way that I'm interacting with the world, it's just gonna be so much faster to do my own than to try and work out how to extract my voxel information to give it to like an actual physics engine to then extract it back. So we're gonna have something like pub struct physics plugin. Physics plugin, yeah, add systems update. Cool. So like fn gravity. Right, and gravity's gonna do gravity related things. Start labeling shit. Apply gravity. We need probably a system set, so we're gonna be like enum physics step, and so it's a gravity. You don't like that because okay, so we're gonna use a preloop. I think this is gonna be like my root thing where like where I use super. It's like this is where these use super stops. Alright, so we have gravity, we can apply gravity, and I guess that's kind of it at the moment. So we need a enum. Oh yeah, and we need this is add gravity, and then we're going to say fn apply velocity, and so this needs some stuff. Apply velocity to energy. So we need a pub struct gravity. Right, the idea being that like maybe derive, sure. I guess we're going to do another one. We're going to say derive component. This one's going to be a like obstruct struct place. Waitlist. So waitlist is going to be how I say like you're going to query objects, which is anything with a anything with a velocity without weightless. Without weightless. Now, adding a filter, maybe not the best. I don't know which is faster, whether it'd be better. But the idea being that velocity, like 3, that the weightless is just a way I can flag like the player so they don't fall while they're in fly mode. So this is gonna to add gravity. This is all gonna go in fixed update. Fixed update. I think I'm gonna run fixed update at 30 FPS. The idea being that like you don't want your physics to run variable time; it needs to kind of be fixed. So we're gonna say do it insert resource time I think we just insert fixed time in fixed time. No, it's time fixed from hertz 30. So our physics update is 30 FPS. So I think Minecraft's 20. We go down to 10. Like the actual physics tick isn't important usually, because like you're not going to notice that the world isn't actually running at the full frame rate. Like the recalculates gravity every. So in fixed update, we add gravity in set physics set gravity. So you're a derive system set debug clone copy equal. Right, so gravity, and then we have applied velocity. I guess this would be update velocity. So gravity goes in update velocity. The idea is that like if you apply gravity before or after you move, you get a different result than if you apply it. If you apply it before, you get a different result than if you apply it after. So we say if you're going to update the velocity, do it in the update velocity step, and then if you're going to apply the velocity, that'll happen after, and then we can say we can do things like after configure set in fixed free update. Apparently we're doing it in fixed update. I hope fixed update runs first. And so physics step apply velocity after fixed step update velocity. So the idea being that we can basically like say that we've configured these sets so we don't have to keep configuring gravity to run after this and after that. Right, so the way gravity is going to work is we also need the gravity, so res gravity, and then we go for velocity, we need time as well, res time, and when you're in fixed update, let g equal gravity times by time dot delta. I don't actually know if there's an optimization in that. I'm calculating it because the gravity will be exactly the same for every object, which means I can just pre-calculate gravity. I don't know if the compiler would have already picked up on that and been able to do that anyway, but anyway. So the idea is that anything that has gravity, anything that's not weightless and has a velocity will have gravity applied to it. So we're going to go back to main and we're going to add the this is me adding all my plugins, so we can say physics plugin. So that should give us our physics, and then we can go to the player, and when we spawn the player in spawn player, we can give them a crate physics velocity 0. I guess default. Now I have to go make sure velocity has a default. Can you get a default, please? Okay. So give them a default velocity of 0, and then we don't actually apply the velocity anywhere, but so their velocity should ever be growing. So this then takes in objects, which takes in the transform and the velocity and the time. And then we do this. We say, hey, velocity multiplies by delta time, and just add that to your translation. Oh, actually, we never added app. Wait a second. Gravity's a no. You should be effect 3. Because then we can have gravity that doesn't go just up. Just go down. insert resource gravity, and that's going to be 9.3y times 9.8, which is Earth gravity. So I haven't told the camera it's weightless, which means we should actually start falling. Oh wait, no, did I not add the? Yeah, we need to yeah, like apply gravity. Then come down here and say add systems apply gravity and fixed update, which is inset apply velocity. Yay, we fall. We fall faster and faster and faster. And faster and faster and faster. Wow, we're falling so fast that I can't actually overcome it with flying unless I boost. The thing is eventually my boosting will stop working because we're effectively falling faster and faster and faster. Faster, faster, and faster. I also feel like we probably shouldn't be centering the player. Like we keep them like slightly above the horizon because that's what's causing this. I'm pretty sure it's that transition below 0. Whoa, we get faster and faster as we fall. Yep, okay, cool. So we're gonna give the camera weightless. So we go here and we go, hey. I guess technically we'd want to go something like fly camera. And be like, you can put a note here and say physics. So app dot add systems. So this is on enter mode move mode fly I want to say player single entity with player entity. We need commands. And then we just say, so this is on enter, commands, entity, player, dot, insert, weightless. Right. And then we just duplicate this down, move that to that. I think we have to dereference here. Put semicolon into you. Okay, same semicolon there. Do this. Say remove weightless, and then this one becomes on exit. And that should mean that we stop falling. Weirdly, this does mean that the camera technically is controlled by the physics system in that if you do start falling, oh, apparently it didn't work. Why didn't that work? Did I not save? No. So, oh, we never enter it. Yep. I guess we start the player and we start the player weightless. I think it's because we start in that mode, which means we never enter it, which means we never apply it. That's fun. There we go. But yeah, we probably should turn off the physics. I think maybe the physics should also just like the velocity applying should also ignore weightless. I just think it's kind of funny that you can apply velocity to the player and they effectively just get like pushed around because they're no longer having physics applied. So we could add wind resistance and say like take a certain percentage. Anyway, without. Weightless. Okay, cool. So now even if you do somehow get a velocity on the camera, it's not going to keep pushing the camera around once you stop. Alright, so that's effectively all we kind of need for physics, really. We're gonna like FN. Here's air resistance. What did you miss? I looked through your code. I don't know why you mirrored the reversal or something, but like the reflection was inverted, but it didn't really make a difference. Yeah, but for some reason, whenever the sun like crosses the sky, like all the blocks go from being lit on the left or being lit on the right, kind of thing. Like it doesn't have any kind of transition, which I think it's my fault because I don't think we're like triangulating the angle to the sun. We're just something's doing something and it's weird. I added physics and predictably like was watching as my flying camera got more and more gravity until you couldn't fly anymore because you actually getting pulled down faster than you could go up. But that was intentional. Like I knew that was going to happen. I just couldn't be bothered. Oh no, I think I just did. I forgot that you had like two. I think I just did simple. Just did the fixed lights. I forgot there was a second one. I think I swapped the wrong one because I added your repository. What? Did I include local? No. A clone repository. Okay, apparently I don't have your thing. I'll copy it. Simple light. Copy. I thought I swapped to it, but apparently I just realized I didn't at all. Oh, okay. Apparently I still have it copied. So we're going to go add an existing repository. Navigate here, idle games. Like, okay, so this is your one. Go to here, fixed lights. I'm assuming it's just the upstream. Because I only see fixed lights and use chunk offset. I'm gonna get and refresh. Yeah, I don't see it on Git either. It's only simple. There's only fixed. There's no simple. Okay. No. Now I've completely lost track. So we want air resistance on, and air resistance is going to go here. So I'm trying to really how to split this. So I feel like that should be its own thing. We do this. We add insert update velocity, but it needs to be like insert update velocity dot after add gravity. It doesn't really matter as long as they're consistent. Otherwise, you'll be able to flicker. Your speed will be able to flicker. But eventually, the amount you add will be 99. Will be 100% or whatever. Yeah. This one is going to get cut, pasted. Okay. Pretty push. All right. Let me go to Git and refresh and see if I can see it there first because it's easier. Yep. Okay. Simple light exists now, which means we can go to here, fetch. And then we can go to simple light. I'll leave my changes there. I swapped character back and forth to see if it made any difference. I couldn't see anything. Right, and then we have to go Probably another copy of code because it's technically a different repository. Here, dependencies, this. Go run. I didn't recompile anything. Ooh, spooky. Oh yeah, that's what we want. I can't see the sun anymore, but I mean, it is casting a shadow though, which is nice. It is a little bit weird that depending on the angle that I look at, it changes what the lighting is doing. Like, you can see the sun coming and going, you can see a weird line going, but like, as I move around, the stuff like at a certain position relative to the camera, it looks different. But anyway, that lighting is actually really cool. I do like that. I feel like the shadows definitely need to be more exaggerated, but my issue, I'm pretty sure that comes from somewhere. We add the light, apply light, just return L. Oh, you're taking the color. Okay. Okay, so apply light takes in the color, and then multiply color by light, which is ambient light times by -1 dot. Okay. Like, does that just, that should make it like ambiently darker? I'm not entirely sure why the like tops of mountains get darker than every, like, you know, like the tops of mountains look really, really cool, but they're like the we're standing in a void. So it's not the most accurate lighting simulation, in that like directly down becomes quite a bit darker than an angle thing. Something's getting clamped. Is it because of this? Because if it's because of this, we could just multiply the result of this by 0.1, by 0.5. I'm assuming it's because I'm effectively getting to negative. It's still getting like incredibly dark spot directly onto the player. So I'm thinking like, what do you like, ambient light times 1.1 means it should never get to 0. And we just multiply this by a half. I guess technically, the smarter thing to do would be to take the ambient light. Make the ambient light 0.5. No, it doesn't seem right. Why? This is another one that doesn't quite make sense. Why would... Oh, because it's one minus. So the ambient light needs to be like 0.5. And then multiplied by 1 minus. Like 1.1 minus? So that's made everything much, much brighter. .5? Nope. This needs to be 1. Right, so we do 1.5 because that gives a much stronger lighting effect. We want you at 0.5. Then we want this to be multiplied minus 0.5. Nope, that still somehow gets us negative numbers. Because this number obviously gets really close to 0. Minus 0.1. Very bright nighttime. Make it bright daytime. Okay, so you need like the ambient lighting to be like much lower. Somehow that's resulted in like a weird dark streak. Yeah, see the issue is because you're using like the vector like that, the directly below the player it gets darker because it's the angle gets steeper quicker. Anyway. So we need that, like, the ambient light to never get to 0. So, like, I'm guessing 0.2 would probably do it. No, it needs to be like 0.25 maybe? It needs to never get to 0, otherwise directly the player turns dark. No, the sun's not a 3D model. The sun that was there before was a... oh, wait, the sun is back. What the fuck? I don't do that. Well, yeah, it actually could add an extra light and make it, like, nowhere near as bright. I wonder if that works. Oh yeah, definitely. Actually, that's fucking much smarter idea, is to say clamp between 0.1 and 1.2, I guess, because then we can make it, like, way brighter during the day, maybe. Also, this is the ambient light that it's adding, which I assume you add somewhere, but yeah, it's 0.1. I'm gonna say that the ambient light is 0.1. Which should mean that when the sun goes below the ground... Okay, so that ambient light's still way, way too tall, too bright. I'm gonna wait for it to be night time again. Oh yeah, they're multiplying by... Okay. Okay, so now we get sort of somewhat shadowed. It's still not getting really dark. You can see where the fucking clamp's kicking in. Make the ambient light even darker. Basically, it's too ambient at the moment. That's kind of cool. Not entirely sure why the sides of these blocks are brighter than the top. Have we left that bit of code in there? Probably. This shade normals part shouldn't be being used anymore. I don't think it is. Doesn't look like it is. It's just causing issues where the top of the block is brighter than the bottom. Also, there's a weird, like, angle issue there. Alright, we need to up the ambience maybe 5 times. Brighter. But yeah, it's a good idea to add a second light source that's just the moon. Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense why the sides of these blocks are brighter than the tops. No, they are sun sides. But like even on the trailing side, the sides are brighter than the tops. So something's wrong there. I'm just gonna... That is purely shader, isn't it? So I just can copy paste that over to my one without having to, like, try and do that weird merge and shit. It's kind of cool. Alright, and then we'll just close your copy and double check that it's working. Oh, my sound's really slow. We'll just make sure it doesn't look terrible, and then we'll quickly add a moon. So, yeah, it's got some, like, weird thing where there's quite clearly a seam, and that the sun is quite clearly not in the right spot. Most complex. Yeah, it's got this kind of weird, like, sphere effect to it, where it's like it's quite clearly suddenly transitions to darker, and it's got nothing to do with the blocks. But I mean, it kind of works, except you lose that, like how we're shading the tops of the blocks, is so that this doesn't happen where they're actually the same color, so there's actually no distinction between the blocks. I mean, the easy way to do that is just to literally shade the blocks back again. Like, we can just do that in the shader. Though, I probably want to weaken the effect. So, just to make it, like, work a little bit better, so we're going to say that's 1, and then we're going to say, like, 98. So next was this, so it's going to be 96. Then this one is going to be 94. 92. Look, not 2, 92. And then you'd be 90. So just, like, weaken it down to only, like, slightly less. I was adding a moon, that's what I was doing. So we go into it's map, ambience. We spawn the sun. Just do this. And we copy and paste. And then you are probably gonna want to be like negative y. Because that should in theory put you exactly opposite the moon. Yeah, the extra light. Assuming we actually iterate through the lights properly. Actually, good point. The sun is not actually high up in the sky. What if we actually do that? Like if I just like put the sun like actually in the sky. Because like the idea is, I think that they put the light source at the center because technically it doesn't care where the directional light is, but it possibly is affecting the angles, which means that things that are actually positive or negative of the sun are not rendering properly. Anyway, so this is the moon, and then we're going to say, hey, lux times like 0.1. So the moon should theoretically be like a tenth the brightness of the sun. And it should be 180 degrees out, because when the sun's at the top and the moon's at the bottom. Oh wait, I was supposed to speed up the day-night cycle. So let's make it like every 10 seconds. Where is the sun? Apparently the moon is a little bit too bright. Okay, they're on the other side. So that's the sun, and that's the moon. The moon apparently a tenth is still way too bright. 100. It's doing an atmospheric simulation, by the way. So there's our. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly Google that. How much brighter is the sun than the moon? No, not interested. Don't fuck up. Okay, so 40,000. 400,000 times. Okay, so we said calculator 1 divided by 400,000. I said 1, not 0. Divided by 400. Oops. 400,000 gives us that number. Anyway, I'm just gonna put that as a constant. So like this and this. We're gonna say 1 divided by 400,000. Like so. Apparently an underscore that we want, like that. Okay. So 1 divided by 400,000 should give us a moon that's actually moon brightness. Because at the moment it's like it's doing an Earth simulation for the sky, and our moon is so bright that it's acting as a second sun, not as a moon. So the sky is still kind of pretty bright at night. Okay, the sun is approximately 40,000 times brighter than the moon. Then the full moon seen is from Earth, while the sun has an approximate magnitude, roughly. Yeah, this massive difference exists because the moon merely reflects about 13% of the sunlight that hits it. The other thing is, though, is because it's doing a simulation like it is. I feel like the moon's still pretty bright. Where is the moon? So sun, moon. Look at it, it's so small and dim. I don't know how we make it bigger. Also, I think like maybe we'll make it 4 times brighter than that, because they did say something about like it says in this comment, because I copied and pasted the code from an example. It says that like technically you have to use the sunlight before the atmospheric simulation, like how bright the sun would be outside of the Earth's atmosphere, because we're about to simulate it through the Earth's atmosphere. So it's saying that the moon is 400,000 times dimmer on Earth, but it's like, well, it's an atmospheric simulation. We might need to take into consideration that we might need the moon to be a little bit brighter just so that it actually ends up being a reasonable brightness. Okay, that's kind of cool. So I think that means we can turn the ambience way the fuck down now. So we clamp this, we can say that the ambience is probably like a 10th as bright, because then, like, as the moon comes along and transitions nice and bright, I think we could probably make it even dimmer. I feel like the moon's still very, very bright. Okay. It's actually kind of neat. I feel like maybe I'm assuming the ambience is just the, like, general darkness. Like, it can't get any darker than the ambience. It's kind of cool. I feel like it is flashing black, which is concerning. But actually, maybe it's this that needs to be like 0. We just need it, like, to be able to get a little bit more black. Right, and then we need to... So we're adding all directional lights. So top, if top is greater than 0 direct, passive. So we're taking the max of this. Remember this like 0.5. Does that make it like just like less? Here's the other thing. There's actually no reason to. Actually, we can do something dumb like this. So make this 1, and then we're going to say you're the max of the dot product of this times this to this, and then the top. I'm assuming this works in a kind of brain, like where. Whoa, oh, sorry, I missed some messages. Yeah. Yeah, same as the moon. Right, so it's only the top. Gotcha. This top's great. Okay, yeah. I was trying to read the code, so I had other stuff open on my other monitor looking at stuff. You want to clamp at 109, not the initial lamp. 109. What? I don't think I added code. What do you mean 109? Like, so you're saying I want to clamp somewhere else? Pick the one. 190. Oh, okay. Well, you're saying I want to clamp the where we multiply the color. So we want to say clamp U between 0.01 and 1. Technically, we want 2 because then it could get brighter. And we get rid of this clamp. So we're saying that we can set the ambient light to whatever we want, even a negative number, which is still a bit weird. Also, so this back to 1. The ambient light now has an impact of 1. Oh, that's kind of weird. Everything becomes the same color, and therefore you can't distinguish the ground. That's going to be fixed because we'll do the this bit. Just because that makes sure you can never end up with all the blocks looking exactly the same. But so here, so we take the max. If I said like PAL this and F32I, right? That's saying, if I understand correctly, that each additional light has less impact. Apparently the moon gets to be light 1 is my guess there, because the sun definitely feels like it's less than the moon. The moon is apparently making everything radioactive. The sun looks great. So it's like PAL 3. Wow. That's lovely. Not entirely sure why the moon is doing what the moon is doing, but take the scene towards the sun. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We're already moving the scene so that technically the player never moves. You can never get closer to the sun. We're constantly being teleported backwards. It's actually the fucking ground moving underneath us. Well, technically we can move. We can move up to one chunk, but then the ground is actually what works underneath. Which is an interesting, like, little way of doing that. But don't play with it when it's yeah. That's all good. It's all good. I actually really like this. The only thing I don't like at the moment, like the could do with being a little bit brighter at midday, but as you can see, like the sun comes up and it's all hazy and it's like it just needs to be a little tiny bit brighter. Which I think the way to do that is just to only power 2, because what I'm doing is it's effectively like exponentially dropping off. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. The only issue I don't like is that the moon comes up and for some reason it's really, really fucking bright. And it appears I can't select for the moon. I was kind of hoping that the lights would be in the order that I spawned them, and therefore I could, like, distinguish between the moon and the sun. Lights direction. So lights in and directional lights, and then light, directional light. Where do we grab the light's intensity? I assume at some point. Cur. Direction to light. Cur. So cur is our light information, isn't it? It's this stuff. I assume. What the fuck do we pull it out of? Cur is lights, directional lights. So up here we have lights. Okay. Direction to light. Color. Cascades. Soft shadow size. Sun disk angular size. We're getting all sorts of fucking. Apparently I can increase that. Yeah, I don't know. There doesn't appear to be. There's cascades, which has directional cascades, which has texel size, clip world, far round, color, direction to light, flags, soft, soft shadow size, shadow depths. Like I don't see anything that's like intensity. Maybe it's in lights, directional lights, which is a directional light. So maybe directional cascade, clip from, nope, clip from world. Wait, what? Scale. Well, so part of the voxel game idea is that technically the scale will change, because what I'm thinking is like we can be at Minecraft scale, and then you can be like, oh, this is like a forest, and then you can zoom in to the forest, as in like you load that chunk into, now that chunk is 10 times the size, or 16 times the size, but that doesn't make the world 16 times bigger. It just decreases the voxel size, so you get like basically a higher resolution ground. So the idea is you could like walk around on a continent where each block is a kilometer, and then you could walk around in like on a city level where each one's as a meter, and then you could walk around on a building level where each block is only 10 centimeters. Sun disk intensity. Okay. Good. Sun disk intensity. So, question, is that number going to be really fucking big? So, direct. So, light direct times sun disk intensity times angular size. No, just disk intensity, please. Is that going to make one really, really bright? It doesn't seem to have done anything. Maybe. What can I do? I need to work out how to like. So first off, I want to go like, if I equals 0 return, because there should only be oh, to return something like, which of these is it? Like technically one. We want to know which it is. Color, just return color. All right. So moon, sun. Wait, no, we have to actually like, where the fuck are we stacking everything? We're putting it all into something. Direct light. Okay, so we return. Okay, maybe. I'm just trying to make it not. Alright, so now it's actually being applied. So when the sun's up, it works, and then when the moon's up, it should stop. No, apparently the moon is still illuminating shit. So honestly, not a fucking clue. I wanted to make it so I could like just hard code the moon to be not fucking as bright. Plus I. Add F32. Wait, no. This isn't Rust. F32. That exponential fall off is actually really good though. I just want the moon to be not fucking as bright. Yeah, it still exists, but I was trying to make it return early so like it only does one, and then I would know which one was first, because for some reason it appears, by the way things are looking, that the moon is actually 0. Like, and that's why the moon is so much weirdly brighter than the sun, is because like I'm effectively saying like, oh, I times 10. Like now whichever one is first should look exactly the same, because 0 times 10 is 0. And then the next one should drop off like immediately to 0, which makes me think it's you. This one, because it's exponential drop off, that sun is almost certainly number 1, which means the moon is 0. Mostly because we're just using Bevy's built-in light stuff. So a lot of these things, like these issues, are because we're just fucking around with what Bevy's giving us rather than doing it ourselves. Because we're doing it ourselves, we'd actually like know what information was being passed to us. Because there's a whole bunch of like all this stuff here is just I've copied it out because shaders don't follow the same rules as Rust, where it's like it has to be pathed properly. So we can just declare the same named thing, and as long as it's actually the same shape, it just works. The same as like this thing is like maximum cascades per light is like this hash means it's like Bevy actually fills this in for us, because it says specifically like that this must be kept in line with the value here, otherwise the whole shader will fuck up. And so like this light, the sun and moon coming up like that is actually it's Bevy doing that. That's not me. That's just because I put directional lights in and I have the atmosphere turned on. It just renders directional lights. I do like doing this. Have that drop off. The other thing is we're doing kind of like an the top and the passive. There's all the things in there that we could change, but like it's mostly just because we're pinching another lighting system. So yeah, like that's the beauty of it, is because Bevy gives us an atmosphere thing, we can just turn the atmosphere on. What I was going to try and do is, one, I think I can make them bigger in the sky, because there's something in here that's like, we go into the directional light. So illumination, illuminance, soft show, so, affected light map with mesh, shadow depth, but I'm sure there was a way to set like how big, because they're directional lights, you can like say how big they are. Maybe I can like width scale Vec 3, because it shouldn't get any bigger, because or any brighter, because obviously we set how bright we say it is. But I'm curious if the shader actually gets passed in like the scale, and is it now going to be like really big in the sky? Like, are we going to make a really big sun? Because the moon, annoyingly, it looks smaller than the sun because it doesn't flare out as much by the atmosphere. The other thing is also because the moon's so much dimmer, but it seems to be having a disproportional increase. Oh, I bet it's the extra ambience. So the ambience isn't kicking in because of So did that make the sun like way bigger in the sky? I don't think it did. Probably should have done the moon, because the moon's much obviously smaller. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have changed the size of it. There's definitely a way to do it. Presence. There was something I was going to tweak. I do like the sun, the day-night cycle. We need to change the moon. But I do like the moon. The moon was a good touch. The person said put a moon in. They're both volumetric lights. They both have shadows disabled, but we can enable shadows later when we work out what to do. I think we maybe only want to make it like 10,000 times darker. It definitely needs to be darker, but like it's just something about it being a weird size. There's other things that we can set with the directional light, I'm sure, but I just need to make I'm gonna make the day nights maybe maybe 2 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. Just because I don't want it like cycling super quick, like while I'm in the fucking. It is a little bit obnoxious that it cycles so quickly. What the fuck? Why are you not there? I don't know why I wasn't picking up my key presses. It broke the fuck out of that somehow. I was like deleting a bunch of shit. Okay. We're just gonna say we'll go back to my copy of Idle Game. So don't add the physics, keep the ambience, don't physics, apply camera, apply camera, apply camera. Right, so this is added moon. So camera settings, so we just turn off the physics. Let's leave it all on. Added physics. Right. Yeah, 5 minutes? Yeah, I think it was a 10-minute day-night cycle. That's because the AI wrote the comment when I like originally typed it, and then I kept changing it. And so the comment, like occasionally there I would update the comment to the new value that was there, but like technically the comment was just added by the AI, and I didn't bother updating and keeping up to date because it didn't actually matter. I was just tweaking the day-night cycle all the time. What were we doing? We were doing physics, weren't we? So I added wind resistance. We need some kind of way of, like, I guess in the debug menu, we can turn off fly. So we go to like UI debug. So there's update FPS, spawn FPS, toggle FPS. Open debug menu. So we're going to say root dot with child. Fuck it. Just duplicate me this down. I did read there was like a bug that said that like you can't start with a checkbox checked or something stupid like that. And I was like, that's so dumb. I think you can. It's just not as intuitive as you would think. So we don't want you to be toggle fly. We want you to be oh, actually, yeah, we do want you to be toggle fly. We don't want you to do this. We want you to go mode, mute, mode, and then we want to go res, mute, next, state, move, mode. I think we have to make that public though, because I think move mode is private. So, fuck, no, we go to player, we say, hey, where's your move mode? Move mode, hub, move mode, import move mode. If they, then we say fly, walk. Right. So that should let us toggle with the debug menu, which is which. We need to make you the checked one. I really need to modify this into like a system parameter so that I can just say, like, spawn a checkbox. Because what I need to do is I need to say, annoyingly, with like get the mode, and then it's not next, it's current state. And then res state. Okay, so we can say if mode dot get dot equals fucking try and reference that piece of shit. Fly else. Actually, no, we can do that after. We can just spawn. We just spawn it in, but we keep a hold of it. So it's like let fly equals, and then we say if fly, we say like fly dot insert. Make this in the right spot so my ID actually starts fucking working. Insert checked. Like that, right? So we mode, get mode, fly, check. Alright, now we just go back here and we have to say that, hey, you have equal empirical. What the fuck? Okay, do we have to like direct this? Right. So then we insert checked, which theoretically should make the checkbox start checked. Maybe you have to actually do it checked. I don't think it actually cares. Yeah, they did actually. Someone fixed it. It's still broken on this because I had to go back to 1.18 to get the little inspector that I had over here working. But yeah, they patched it. Someone went in and added exactly what we wanted, which was just an enum that you can specify. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? Or is it automatically decided? Right, okay, into the game, we have to hit escape, we have to go to debug, and we can say, hey, turn off the fly. It's a bit strange that, again, it's not starting checked, which means that someone is very correct, that you in fact cannot start a checkbox checked. It's just unchecked itself, because like I think if I come out and go back in, like, you can see that they are checking themselves and then immediately unchecking themselves. Which is very dumb. We try to fly mode back on. Okay. Very dumb. Very dumb. So we need to do the physics so that we don't keep falling through the ground. That's going to be step one. Step one, prevent the player from falling through the ground. Setting. Alright. Anyway, but now we can turn it on and off, means that we can like actually test it, fly around, test it to fly around. Okay, so physics. I think we want something like that. Would actually be kind of funny. I was going to say we could change applying gravity to being. we can just do or. Oh, actually, no. You do this. You just say apply gravity, and I don't think you want things to constantly be shifting between things, so it's like grounded. And then we need to make a new struct. So there's gravity. Duplicate gravity down, except it's a component, and it's grounded. Visible. The idea being that, like, because lots of things that have gravity applied to them are constantly going to be going ground on ground on ground, ground on ground, ground on ground, means that we kind of want grounded to be a boolean that we can switch without needing to insert and change their archetype and all that, because it's slow. If, like, because it's going to change all the time. Then we can say require and then grounded. But that does mean that you're going to have a default. Right. So you have this, and you're going to say, I don't know if this works, because I don't think these can follow match statements, but it'd be really funny if I could say grounded, false. Boo. On ground. If on ground. You mean fucking 0? No, just on ground. Apparently the dereferences are fucking weird. Like this? No. You're annoying. Rep. Like this, isn't it? Yeah. You suck. There's definitely a way to fucking do it, but anyway. You suck. There's a way you can, like, tell it that, like, to match it as the pointer, so the disk gives you the boolean instead of having to dereference it. But anyway, if grounded continue means that we only apply gravity to things that aren't grounded. I think we want to go down here and add some more functions like fn check. We call it update grounded, right? So we update grounded, which is going to take the grounded. It's going to take the transform, apparently, without weightless. Okay, fair enough. I don't think that actually... Honestly, I don't care, because actually we could probably use that. That's grounded. We want the map, which is actually hilariously the chunk lookup. The chunk lookup. And then we want the data is chunk. So it's res assets chunk data, and then we want chunks, which is res is query brain spelled correctly, query chunk or chunk. Right. So that should be all the information we need. So the idea is that we go, hey, for the grounded things, get their transform and say, let chunk equal, no, not map to get, chunk ID from translation transform dot translation minus vec3 y. Something tells me I want to take the ceiling of this. Dot seal. No, I think we want to take dot floor that one, and then subtract one from the y. So that should get us the correct voxel. The correct that basically looks at what block we're touching. Yeah, technically correct. That's the only way that matters. The only correct that matters. Technically correct, the best of the corrects. So that we say let chunk. Okay, so this is chunk ID, and then we say let chunk entity. Technically, what we should do, and I'll get around to it eventually, is change the chunk lookup from being its own dedicated struct that holds everything to a system parameter. So instead of having to say res chunk lookup, we can just say map equals chunk lookup, and then the chunk lookup can bring in a whole bunch of resources itself, and then we could do things like just pass in the transform, and it would do all this inside of itself instead of having to write it out every time. But like, I've got to make sure the logic works first. So then chunk entity is map.get, and we pass in chunk ID, right? So let sum, right? Because theoretically, we can say else grounded equals true. I'm gonna say true because I want the player to be able to walk if they're not on the map. Right. So what this is doing is we're saying get us the chunk ID by taking the player's current location, the player's current location and converting that into a chunk ID. But we're going one block below it. So go one block down, and then we try and get that chunk's entity. If it doesn't exist, we say you're on the ground, which means you can technically walk on the bottom of the world, even though there won't be blocks below you. And then we're going to say let some chunk equal chunks.get. So it's okay. All right. So basically, if you would be querying outside of the map, that chunk hasn't spawned yet, you can walk on it. And then we go, hey, get us the actual chunk that is corresponding to this entity. And it says, hey, like, if that chunk doesn't exist, you can, I guess, don't fall through it. And then we're going to say, which fucking Minecraft needs this logic, because this is like if you walk into a chunk that's like having issues and not spawned in, like, you know, those chunk errors where they just disappear. This would mean that if there was a chunk error, you would just be able to walk across the chunk because you would be considered on the ground the entire time. You wouldn't do that fucking constantly falling into it but teleporting back out because the game's like, no, but there's something there, but like you can also fall because technically I'm considering the player grounded if they're in a buggy chunk. Anyway, so we let chunk ID, then we get the chunk, and then we go, hey, let some chunk data equals chunk, and if the chunk doesn't somehow have any data, .0 means it's an unnamed field, so it's grounded .0 because it's a tuple. So if we do this, it's like I can float. Oh wait, they're not called floats, they're 32s. So now I could do .0.1. It's saying that grounded is a tuple and you're accessing the first or the second element in the tuple. I could name it, or the more like correct way is to say deref. And deref mute, and then instead of saying .0, you'd say unpointer me my pointer. I have to unpointer my pointer, and then unpointer my pointer. So I have to. This mute here is saying like Bevy's giving me a smart pointer. Yeah, but it's a named pointer. It's a named tuple. So you can make unnamed tuples. Like I could just do this and say like true 10. Let ex equal, right? So this is an unnamed tuple of Boolean float, like f64. Apparently defaults to f64. That's a bit stupid. So then I could say like ex.0 and .1, and they're typed. If you do a tuple, they can be different types. If you do an array, they have to be the same type. That's basically the difference between those. But then like doing grounded or gravity in that is basically saying, it's like you were here when I did the talk about new types. Is saying I'm basically wrapping a type and naming it. But like you can also have more information here. But then if you actually, what is the rule? Like if it's not exactly clear that grounded
this boolean is just the value of grounded, I could also say like do this is on ground. This is that whole, like, you're saying about, like, you don't like how Rust makes you declare everything. It's like, Rust has a whole bunch of things that, like, you don't have to do. I could do this, and then every time I want to use this, I have to go, oh, is on ground, is on ground, is on ground. Instead, it's presumed to be intuitive that the Boolean has to refer to the grounded value, so I don't have to actually name anything. But yeah, it is kind of strange that, like, the way you access things is weird. Like, I kind of wish by default, Rust would treat... things to being like deref and ref, like if I new type it, I kind of wish it would just be that type, like it wouldn't have to be .0'd and only make me do .0 if I have more than one of them, like you know, if I had 2 or 3 fields. But yeah, anyway, we have the chunk data, and then we're going to say let block equal chunk. No, wait, we can say yeah, let block equal chunk data dot get block, and then it would be I want to say let put equal, it's like transform dot translation dot floor minus this, but then the whole thing as IVEC. As IVEC. As IVEC 3. Yeah. Modulo chunk size. Apparently chunk size isn't in this scope. It's gonna bring chunk size in. And then annoyingly, because of my hubris before, we say put.x as I32. Oh no, don't tell me it's going to do that fucking annoying thing where it's like there could be as U8s. The U8s. I think technically they could be negative, which is such a fucking... Wait, there's a fancy thing for it. It's I don't know if it works for this. It's you don't modulo it, you dot Euler. Rem Euler. And then you say IVEC 3 splat chunk size as F32. Wait, no, what, as I32. I really need to fix the type of chunk size and make some different chunk sizes so that I don't have to keep fucking typecasting. Anyway, yeah. I agree it's maybe a little bit over the top, but I do actually like that Rust does that sometimes. As I say, I wish it had the helper of, if there's literally only one thing I could possibly be referring to, please don't make me do the .0, but having named tuples makes a lot of sense, and like a lot of the math nerds really like Rust because it's like it has actual tuples that are tuples and not just called tuples. They do tuple things. There's like a bunch of like rules in mathematics about what a tuple does, and it's like, and Rust actually does those things. It's like algebraic types, I believe is what the technical term, if you want to Google it, is referring to, and it's like the idea that like you can stick 2 types together and they become a new type, and you can wrap a type in a type and it becomes a new type. Like, you know, there's all these things that you can do, and it's algebraic types, and it's like that's where tuples come from in math. And then there's like a lot of programming languages like, we have tuples, and it's like, no you don't, you have arrays that can have different sized elements inside, which is just an abomination to programming. Rust like actually does tuples, and that's why Rust, and Bevy takes huge advantage of this, is the fact that bool does not equal bool, because this is saying a boolean with a tuple that contains only a boolean is not equal to 2 booleans. These are actually 2 different types, despite technically looking the same. And if I remove this comma, now they are the same, which is even more fucking stupid. I guess technically it would be true, like false. Is not the same as true or true false. Otherwise, yeah, they're obviously not equal false. Yeah. So like these aren't the same because this is true tuple. This is true. This is just two trues. If I do it as type inference, you can see it. So like let one equal. Apparently it's a boolean. There you go. And then let 2 equal. Apparently. So you actually see that these are two different types because I put this comma here. So here with this comma, they become the same type. And I put this comma back and they become different types because a tuple is not just the data, it's actually a type. It's not just a way of like, it's not just parentheses separating the information. It's like, it is actually something, it's a concrete type, which is kind of cool. And for example, to make it named, you say type my type. Yeah, but that's basically what Rust is doing, but without the equal sign. You literally say struct my type parentheses int bool, but use commas instead of hashes. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I'm adding or removing items. I'm saying like the comma is a way of saying like, if you wrap it in parentheses, I'm saying false, but calculate the parentheses first. If I say false comma, I'm saying actually this is false. They got a fancy name, I think, like unary tuples, which is just saying like it's a tuple, but it's just that type, and it's a way of like you can fuck around with the type system to stop people from being able to pass in two values. They have to pass in this value and this tuple, and it's a different type. Well, it is a struct in that it does struct things. I can implement things on them. I can't. Actually, no, you never mind. I think what that indicates is that enums, tuples, and structs are all types. It's not being misclassified as a struct in as much as structs are named types and tuples are ambiguous types, I guess. Like they don't have a name, but the literal only difference with them mathematically is the naming. Like, does that make sense? They're literally called tuple structs, by the way. Like if you go into the source code and you like ever do anything that fucks around with things, it's called a technically this would be called a new type because it only has one. But like if you did like that's called a tuple struct. That's a tuple struct. And then a normal struct has curly braces. And then, because this is the other thing that's really fun about Rust that people like really love but already hate is enum type. Is you can have an enum that is just, 1 and 2. So they're called variant enums, I believe. So it just has 1, just has 2. And then you could have tuple enums, which is where you go 3, and 3 has a float. Right? So now it's a tuple. Internally, like Rust represents like when Bevy does reflect, it's like this is a variant, this is a variant, this is a tuple variant, and then you can have a struct variant as well. So you can say like 4, 3. I don't know if that's spelled correctly. Anyway, A and B. So now, like when I use this, I can get access to this. This one, I would then go like, when I unwrap it, I can get this, or I can do 4, which has named fields. The difference, like the only difference is because you still have to match statement to get the information out. But the big difference is if I match statement, I can, I have to get these out like in order. Like if I went and said like match type now, we're getting really distracted with Rust's typing stuff. Like Rust does everything like really cool, but the issue with it is that massive learning curve that things feel wrong. Anyway, match, let's go like type. We can just say 3 and put like 1 there. Technically, we know what it's going to come out as, but like the idea being that like missing arms. So the idea is we have no information, so we just do something on these versions. And then this one, we can say like, I don't know, we can call it whatever we like because it's whatever. But we're saying in this position. But if we made this, say, F32, we have to actually consume them, right? So we have to go A and B. We can go like underscore and A, but like you can't not consume it. Like you can't just go, oh, just give me A and like leave this, it complains. It says you're missing one, Z, and it's like you need to say Z and W. You can do like dot dot, which says just consume the rest of them, but like the idea is you have to like actively indicate where you're putting it, which means you can't consume all of the beginning, take a middle one, and consume all of the end. You have to consume, like you can't arbitrarily consume. And then this one, what this does is we can say B and A, and I can actually like reorder them. The order doesn't matter as long as the name matches what I named them. So this is B and this is A, even though I flipped the order. So you can actually like make the code neater by naming things. But yeah, it's a kind of weird. Yeah, I think that's a technical term, discriminated union. I don't know, because Rust does weird shit. Like, when you do things like, because Rust does all these weird niche optimizations. So if we say like let it's t equals, and we like sum full, or sum false. Right. So this type is option bool. It is 1 byte. And we like sum. This is option bool. It is also only 1 byte. Because when Rust goes to compile this, it happens to know that options only have 1 bit of information, and you can wrap this 255 times in options, and it will be 1 byte. Until Rust can no longer represent the data type, like the number of options wrapping a Boolean, it literally just says, let me turn that into a 8-bit number, and then that number just tells me how many sums there were before the first none. And it's like, so it does this weird thing. Yeah, so because like the discriminative union thing is weird because like the way Rust does it depends on how you're using it. Finishing with it. Yeah, so it's weird because it literally depends on how you're using it to whether it uses discriminative unions or whether it does a something else. It's like it does lots of niche optimizations. Rust does lots of really cool shit, but that's why Rust compile times are atrociously slow compared to something like C that just sort of goes, yeah, I'll do that. like C just chucks the thing in there because you told it what to do. Rust goes, well, let me work out if there's a better way to do this, and then like the same as like Rust will run through like everything that can be done at compiled time will be done at compiled time and turn into constants, and it does all this fancy shit like my favorite example is like if you read like decompiled code that contains divisions. Like if you do a division in your code and it works out that actually you can do that division with multiplication, it will do multiplication instead. It will like literally multiply by a value that causes it to wrap around and then it turns into a division. Like it's fucking amazing that it'll do that. Or like if you divide by 2, it'll multiply by 0.5 because the compiler will see that, go, hey, that's slow. Let me just do a multiplication. It's exactly the same math-wise. What was the other one? The modular is another one. Apparently, if you ever do modular, you want to do it as a constant. You don't want to let the user pass in the modulo, because if the user passes in the modulo, the compiler has to actually put in the modulo command. Yeah, and bit shift is another one that does it. So if you hand in a but bit shift, by the way, I mean like if you do like a multiply by 2, it will bit shift it over, and you divide by 2, it'll bit shift over. I don't think you can do that with floats though. That only works with integers. Yeah, so with modulo, if it can work out that the modulo is a power of 2, then you just bit shift, and it's, you know, that's the same thing as doing the modulo. Or I think you mask it actually. It's like if it's a modulo by 8, you just mask off anything higher than the 8-bit, or it's the 4-bit, because the bottom 3 bits lets you represent 4, 2, and 1, so that's 7. So any of the higher bits would be multiples of 8, because every other bit is a multiple of 8. Anyway, when I say block, I'm going to say grounded is solid. Well, apparently is solid is fucking private. There we go. Matches. Equals oops. Okay. Yep. Equality check with false. But what are you going to suggest? Try not. Yeah, okay, that's better. The AI wrote that, so I'm surprised that not void is a smarter way of saying that than is void equals to false. Yes, this is branchless. Anyway, so we're going to go back to our physics thing. We go, hey, grounded equals block is solid. It's a lot of math to say update grounded. So then we're going to say, so this is, I'm going to start like labeling the code a little bit. And so we're going to say, these are updates to velocity, e.g. grounded should go in this set. And then this is applying, or this is using velocity. And it's annoying. I'm trying to like using velocity, updating velocity. And we're going to go here. We're going to say app. I'm just splitting them up because this makes no difference to the performance because once they're put in, they're all in the same scheduler. I'm just splitting them up so that it's easier for me to know like where I'm sticking things. So add systems, and this is going to also be in fixed update. Fixed update, and this is going to go. So we're going to update grounded. Update grounded. Update grounded works like this. I'm going to say dot update grounded set. Not in set. This is going to be before physics step update velocity. So update grounded first. You were saying that's a document comment. Fuck off. So this is free update velocity. Right. So basically we're just saying we need to make sure that you're where we update the grounded state. Then you ignore it if you're on the ground. So theoretically we're going to be floating in the air. Apparently. Yep, okay, cool. So we're floating in the air. Then we're going to go settings. I bet what's happening there is as the chunks are spawning in, they're being teleported down because we're at 0, 0. We're going to turn fly on and then off again. And apparently, we don't get affected by gravity. We have a velocity, so we have a grounded. Why are we not being affected by gravity, please? Please and thank you. Please explain. Why? Why no gravity? Why no gravity? Don't make me fucking turn... Alright, fine. Turn the inspector back on. Player, physics. Then we say debug, config, debug assertions. We say app.register type velocity app register type grounded, and then we could register type weightless, but it contains 0 information. So you need to be reflect. You could reflect component. I don't care for you to reflect component, but you could. You'll reflect. I believe this should let me like read the information. What physics model? I don't know. I'm writing my own physics. Bevy doesn't currently have physics built in. There are like crates and stuff that will like have physics. Like there's a rapier if I wanted to. I just figured it's probably easier with a voxel world and my data to explicitly check the voxels myself than it would be to fuck around trying to extract like meshes and like collision meshing and all that and passing it to a physics renderer like Rapier. Because the thing with Rapier is what we need to do is go, is this chunk solid? Cool, we can give you a box collider because box colliders are fast. Otherwise we have to give it a mesh collider or build our own collision mesh. And I'm like, it's so much faster and easier just to check. So, what do I want player? What is? So player camera. Player camera, by any chance, do you have a grounded component on you? Oh, you're weightless. Yes. Well, now you're not weightless. Velocity. You have a velocity of 0. Grounded. Okay, so my grounded logic is working because if I turn grounded off, it turns itself back on. So it's doing something. It's just doing it wrong. Can I get you to error? Oh, I know what's wrong. It's checking chunk 0 because we have to get the world. This should be its own type, but it's not. Offset. The rest chunk ID. And then we say, hey, yeah, see, so the chunk ID is this plus world offset. And then in theory, the other bit doesn't matter because we would be inside of a chunk. It's that we're grabbing the wrong chunk because we moved all the chunks down because the player was like fell out of the world kind of thing. Like the player left the chunk, so we teleported them back into the middle of the chunk, and then in doing so, okay. Annoying. So we have to start debugging stuff. So we have to go print line checking grounded for chunk. I have to turn it on and off. I think I did. Debug on off. Okay. So we should be falling, but we're not. We should also maybe go make the map slightly smaller so it doesn't take nearly as long to fucking render everything, and therefore is not going to. So I'm gonna go like maybe make it like 8 by 3 and release this, and then just that should just make it like that little bit. By I say a little bit, like exponentially faster to generate, because 8 by 8 is less than half in both directions, which means that we're going to be so we're quartering the size it needs to generate. All right, so checking grounded in 0 0 0 1 0 0. So 1 0. So we're getting the right chunk ID. Apparently. Maybe I'm just doing the logic wrong. So next is to go, why the hell can you not find the chunk in chunk 0? So you're saying we're checking the grounded state in chunk 0. So we have to go to like physics and go, hey, checking the grounded state in chunk 0. Well, we should probably make these print errors. So let's go all the way down here. Because the other thing is it could just be that this is doing wrong. Okay, so we're going to say error. Player is in chunk which is not loaded. Error. Chunk entity not found for chunk ID. Chunk data not found for chunk ID. And then we're going to say you did something funky with what the fuck? I brought the fucking apostrophe down with me. Okay, so you're right. Chunk error. Okay. You error. Chunk data asset not found for chunk ID. And then you come down here and we say checking grounded for chunk at foot. And we go, hello. The other thing is maybe to check and go like, maybe we've got that backwards and we're saying grounded equals is solid. Alright, well, I saw a bunch of issues, but that was when the chunks had not yet generated, so these chunks hadn't generated, which means these chunks have generated, which means we're now checking this, so something is fucking giving us the wrong block, because we're saying checking block 2.6. Alright, and then we're going to go, hello, can you please print line block at feet block, and block is solid. Right. Block at feet is bedrock. Is it bedrock? It is void up here, apparently. right? So it appears that maybe we are like a chunk offset visibly. I appear not to be able to see. Excuse me. Please let me clap. Yeah, we flew out of the world. We flew out of the world. Okay. So when do you transition? Right. First off, I know that these are working, which means I can get rid of these debugs because like they're just gonna fill the thing when I fall out of the fucking world or fly out of the world. So you can go away. And then we're gonna go, hey, check grounded for this position, and we say block at foot is something. Okay, we're gonna turn fly off, and we're gonna go falling. So this is void. And as soon as we touch the grass, I saw something that wasn't void, which, yeah, so apparently this is dirt, which makes me think we're a little bit off in that we should probably stop moving the chunks like we are, because we now actually get the chunk position, which means if I said like, I think it's like chunk map root, right? So if I said map root and I said your transform, I think if we moved you up to the right, because technically the player isn't in the wrong spot. So I think if I made you like, no, not that, 32, because that's our chunk size. I suspect that we'll find that if I fly into the ground now, grass, void, grass, void, grass, void, grass, void. So we need to offset by half a chunk offset, which means that we're putting the chunks in the wrong spot. We got to stop offsetting the chunks is what I'm learning. Or we need to start offsetting the chunks? Maybe that's the problem. I think it's chunk ID, and then chunk ID has like an offset as one of its, yeah. So offset, which is chunk size. Plus chunk size divided by 2. No, wait, as I think. Yeah. So that should then like move all the chunks slightly up so that they're in the right spot, because I keep forgetting the chunks stretch from negative to positive, which means that technically we need to offset either the visual position of the chunk or the mathematical position of the chunk, which probably the math is better. But you are now saying bedrock true, stone true, dirt true, void. Okay, we went the wrong way. It's my guess. Probably the wrong way. Okay. Okay. The answer is fuck you then. We will just fucking... We're going to move the player around. Or the physics. Because technically what it's saying is that, like, the position inside of the world. So it's like a foot, which is the floor of this. Well, we're already subtracting this. So we should just be like vec 3. Oh, and that would also mean that we're probably sampling the wrong. Okay, so let pos equals transform dot translation floor like this, and then we would want to also subtract vec 3 splat chunk size divided by 2. That'll work. As f32 divided by 2. Yeah, fine, times by 0.5. Right. So we're gonna splat the chunk size like that. That's probably still gonna move us in the wrong direction, but that'll be fine because we can just flip this. Yeah, we know we went positive. We're gonna add that. No, subtract that because we moved it positive. We want to subtract that. Yeah, that works. Okay, so let foot. So it's get the chunk ID of position. And then calculate where the foot would be by saying position as I32. Euler remainder chunk size should get us where we are inside the chunk. If I've got this math right. And while I remember, I'm going to set an alarm to stop the stream in 2 hours so I can go have lunch. Because otherwise, again, I will end up just streaming all fucking day. Okay, annoyingly, we're still standing on bedrock. Okay, stone. We're like a whole fucking chunk too far down. So, maybe plus chunk? Void, and it's false. So that implies that last time it probably worked, we stopped falling. Ooh, yeah, so grounded probably needs to actually, like, do... Hey, Grace. So the issue here is that turning it off, we never zero our velocity, we just stop accelerating. So, yeah, okay, update grounded, just takes its grounded and it does this, and then we can go, okay, I'm going to assume that it's working correctly, and then we're going to go up to here and say, hey, gravity, and then if on ground, okay, so I'm going to say we have air resistance, which is going to check the velocity and the grounded state, and it's going, it should probably be called something like apply resistance, because then we can do both. And I feel like maybe it's not the best idea to touch the resistance twice unnecessarily. So we're going to say apply resistance. So we're going to say if, okay, so we need to grab your velocity mutably and then grounded, capital G, grounded on ground. I do like that Rust lets you do that as well, that like I can say unwrap this type into a different name. Right, so I say if on ground velocity is times by like 0.9, and then also velocity dot 0.y is equal to 0, just immediately stop falling down, and if you're in the air then you get like a 1% slowdown, rather than whatever the fuck was happening there where it's like we stopped accelerating but eventually it'd fall out the bottom of the fucking wall. Right, so then we can go into settings, not settings, we have to click play, then we have to go into settings, and we go turn off fly. Oh, hello. So I guess we must be doing movement with the flying camera, which means that I am now just on the I am potato boy. We're also like, I believe inside of this block, but I can't actually tell, it's very dark. I don't know if that's a lighting bug or if we're actually inside of a block. To turn like the fly camera on and go like, is this a block that we were inside of? Yes. Okay. So it doesn't quite work because apparently we can fall into blocks. But also the other thing is we should probably be subtracting 2 if it's the player, but I don't want to fucking check if the player. Yeah, I know I'm only a block tall because it's using the camera's position and I'm checking 1 block below the camera. So technically I'm actually 0 blocks tall because the camera will sit well, actually, we probably need to get some player movement happening in the player controller. So, and then move. Player. Right, we're just going to go with the very basic. We just copy exactly the same thing as the fly camera. We'll just ignore the whole letting you go up. So we'll just copy exactly the same thing that the fly camera does, except we'll move the player, and then we go app.add systems to, I think it was pre-update, wasn't it? Pre-update, and then we want to say like, how do we, like fly camera, something, player movement, okay. So move player dot inset player movement. Right, and that should only run if we're in play, dot run if in state move mode walk. Okay, and then we just say, hey, input keyboard just pressed forward, backwards, okay, move direction. I guess technically we only have to remove the space and control. Forward, backwards. Like the fly up and fly down is the only bit we actually care about. Technically we probably should get rid of the boost. This will also just like let me walk into the ground. Dun 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 dun. Okay. I didn't add the player fucking movement, that's why. I just made the thing, but I didn't actually fucking add it. App dot add plugin player controller plugin. Right. So this should let us move around. Yeah, I know I want to jump, but I'm trying to just get it to the point that I can make sure that like the physics still works when I fall off a block. Because then I'm going to work on making the player taller, because that's a fucking pain in the ass with this kind of system. Because technically what I need to do is have the player be one block, like be an entity, and then child it to another entity, and that entity is your foot. Like basically, see how I'm sitting on the bottom of a block. I'm not quite sure why the camera appears to be in the middle of a block. I think that's a rounding error. Like the player should be. Yeah, I think it's a rounding issue. Effectively, we're getting stopped as soon as we would be in the next block, which means we can stop anywhere in a block, which is not what we want, and all that. So what we need to do is basically put the player inside of another thing, I guess. Ooh, that's fun. We could do that. I'm gonna maybe make like a second camera, the fly camera, and then we can like fly out of the player, like Minecraft's like F5 mode. So when you activate fly mode, it just leaves the walking camera behind. Because then we could do like collision checks and all sorts of things where we actually like render the collider. But when we spawn the player, annoyingly, we need to spawn and then say, so spawn this like so, dot with child like so, right? And then you get the fun thing of being transformed up 1.6, 1.7 maybe, then 5. That puts us a quarter of a block up, and then we spawn the player. And so this is actually the player, which is annoying because I think it's going to break a whole bunch of shit that I need access to the player. So this is, the name is the player, and then they're the player entity. So where's the other player entity? You. So you are no longer the player entity. You are the weightless one. I also feel like we can swap to having the default camera be the falling one now, so I don't have to actually add the weightless. Your transform is not 100 fucking blocks in the air. You're like 6 blocks in the air, please. This only takes one argument. It's not wrapped in a fucking tuple. So we need the transform. Right. So the player is the weightless one. They're also the one with the thing, with the velocity. That's not how you spell default. What the fuck? Alright. So why are you spawning at a Z6? No. Please just spawn there. Spawn 6 blocks in there. So you're there, the camera, transform, the atmosphere. This is all visuals, and then this is the actual movement stuff. So the idea is that we can also probably stop flooring it, because I think flooring it's why we can stop anywhere in a block. Whereas if we don't floor it, we just subtract 1, then it's effectively saying that when the player is 1 block from the ground. I think they spawned us underground. Why the hell are we so high in the air? I also have no idea if this exposure... Okay, it gets fed somewhere. Where the fuck am I? Who has the fucking visibility? A weightless camera. Here's the annoying thing. Annoying. What's happening here is our fucking look code is looking for the transform with player entity, but that's not the fucking camera. So this is the player, and then I actually don't care about this. We want the children. Like this, and then we say player camera, which is then going to be a single transform with camera 3D. No, well, you're going to be a single. You're just a query, because technically we want to have the ability to have more than one camera. So we say here, and then we say, hey, let mute. Oh, it's like let OK. Mute player, sure. Except it's not player, it's camera. It's camera dot get player 0 else player camera was despawned. Sure. Let's fix it. We can get mute, and we also want you not to be mutable anymore. We could do some kind of weird relationship shit just to show that off, to be like the player's camera, and then have that point to something. Like, because then technically it's going to be child and stuff like that. We do want it to be child because we want it to move around, but are you working now? No, probably not. Player. So the player, we go to their transform, should not be getting fucking spun around. No, but if we go to their children, their child should be the player's camera, and their transform should be being spun around. Indeed. Nope, apparently not. Fuck you. Why is that not working? Did I not restart? What the fuck? I think the player can move. Go to debug, fly, turn fly back on, make space, fly away, and we go, what the fuck? First up, why is your rotation not working? So your pitch. This is fucking horrendous. So disgustingly, we need to like do some kind of weird ass witchcraft fucking magic and say mute transform. So you're fucking annoyingly without fucking in the player. Don't mind that. Without player entity. Right. So first off, we're going to rename you to camera. And then you become camera. And then we actually legitimately only care about your pitch. What? No. Your pitch. Right. Turn off the yaw, and then 0 pitch. And then it's camera. Camera.rotation. And then we can say player.0, player.1. Right. When I run this, fuck knows what's going on. You're not running because there's no player with children, apparently, maybe? Yeah, no, it's really cool, but also sometimes really annoying, because sometimes it's like, it's more because I kind of do things the wrong way, but like, sometimes you can end up in situations like this where it's like, it may silently be failing because what it's actually saying is that the player doesn't exist. Because I'm currently accessing players children 0, and I'm trying to work out if the fucking transform is moving. It doesn't seem to be. So as I move the mouse, the fucking thing's not moving, which means it's not fucking running. Well, also not going to help that I don't have the cursor grab turned off now. Okay. So we have to go like print line, mouse movement, mouse delta, right? So what we can do is be like, is it getting here? When I click play, do we actually get here? Because that's what's annoying, is that like it might be saying there's no camera 3D in the world. That's exactly what it's saying. Or at least not one without. Or there's no player with children. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? Fuck me, player entity. That would help. That would definitely help. Fuck me. So over this. Forgetting small things. I removed it from the camera but didn't put it back onto the fucking player. Okay. So now, as you can see, we can pitch up and down. And the idea is then we do the yaw on the player. The player yaws, the camera pitches. We say let your player rotation export group, and then we say your plus equals this, and we say player rotation from the yaw. Actually, I think technically, because we no longer have the two of them, we can just say player dot rotate around the rotate. I want to say it's y by delta dot x dot to rotation. Apparently we didn't declare player as minimal. Right. Then we just like apparently never used this, so I just turn this off. Does this work? I remember there being like an issue where I couldn't do this because it introduced a weird roll, but I think that's because you can't do both, so you have to like constantly reset it. But because now the player never pitches up, we never roll around their fucking axes, which means that outside of it being backwards, up and down's correct, but like left and right are the wrong fucking way. So it's like gives you like negative, and then we should be golden. Yeah, from what I remember, it's all type-based. So it does this weird thing of like, res here implements system parameter. So the idea is that any function, and this is where like you'll notice it all the time, is Bevy has this, and sometimes it changes and it's annoying, but I think it used to be 12, then they bumped up to 16. So some things end up being 16, some things end up being 15 because people forget that like the +1 or something like that. But what ends up happening is Bevy has like a macro written that implements for all possible functions that have 0 to 15 arguments, implement a certain type, which is that they can be a system. It's like intersystem, I think it's called. And then the idea is that intersystem is for any function that takes in only system parameters. And then the system parameters are like, you know, res, single, query. And then they all have their logic about how they access the world and get their information out of the world, what they block and what they don't block. To be able to run in parallel, and then Bevy like schedules it all. It's weird, like it's all built with macros and types. It's like it could not work without Rust's type system is basically what it boils down to. Okay, we fixed the fucking player, which means we can stop printing fucking player information out all the goddamn time. Okay, so our player look, which is fun. Also, the fun thing about this is this automatically gives us the ability for the player's head to do like the Minecraft thing where it flops up and down. Because technically, if we put a model on the camera and put a model on the player, then the camera tilting up and down and the player being able to turn left and right means that the camera, like that's free because we're already doing that to represent the movement. No, so Rust has this thing, it's called the FN, right? So it's like FN. And FN is saying it's a function. And then you can put in here, you can be like FN. I think it's like that. So there's FN like this. So that is saying that that's a function pointer. So this is specifically a function pointer that takes in a bool and returns a bool. But if you do capital Fn, Fn like this, and I think then it's type declaration like this. It goes something like that, maybe. I don't remember what the specific function looked like. But see, and then args. So this is actually a trait that all functions implement. So you can do weird shit like saying, call once that takes in an f, where the f implements fn usize returns usize, is saying this function can take in any function that meets this condition. And so you can, because of how the type system works, you can have an fn that impulse system parameter. So it can take in any function whose first argument is a system parameter and only has one argument. So the idea is you have to write a macro to write this, because you need to explicitly state every system parameter. But if you do that for 0 to 16 parameters, where each system parameter has to take in, each type implements system parameter, then the compiler can take in any type, any function that meets that rule, like that condition, and the compiler will make concrete types every time. So you do technically have to implement it on every single function, but the compiler is smart enough that if you said like, if I like fn, like fn test, right? So there's a function that takes in 0 arguments, but then I can also say fn test, first, and then first impulse system parameter. System parameter. So what this is saying is, when I call this, look at this type. If it has this type, it's monomorphize it into a concrete type. So it'll make a version of test that takes in this, and that can be any type. And so you can like literally specify that a function has to have a certain type signature. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, I wish that the Rust compiler had a way of saying, please don't try and compile the code. Just make sure the syntax is correct. And there probably is, but I want my Rust analyzer to, when I save, just tell me all the syntax errors. Don't fucking spend ages compiling and linking and checking. Just tell me the syntax errors whenever I save, so I don't have to fuck around trying to like work out the syntax errors. Anyway, we are now, well, it's nighttime, so we can't see. Yeah, that's more like the annoyance with just doing poor things. But from what I remember, like Go, I remember actually programming Go. Like I've heard that Go is really easy, but Go has the same issue that JavaScript and TypeScript have, where it's really easy to start, and then as soon as you try to do anything like beyond a certain level of complexity, it's really, really hard because they've kind of taken all the tools that you can use and put them away. I keep running into issues where I'm an idiot and I keep forgetting to do something, and it's not Rust's fault, it's that I'm an idiot. It's like anytime, I'm so used to the compiler taking charge and fixing things that anytime that it doesn't, I make mistakes. I feel like we maybe might have to slow the sun down because wait, we can add that function back in, because I forgot we don't clamp the thing. So we apply light, and then we have to say it's not get block, it's shading the normals, and then we like shade the normals on, oh wait, no, light times shade the normals for the normals. What the fuck, why are you just multiplying by a constant? Weird. Right, shade the normals, that should fix the shade, which should, I feel like they're still way too aggressive, but it means that we can at least see the blocks. Okay, apparently the answer is it's not aggressive enough. We can still see the blocks. I'm doing some weird ass shit when the sun's down, but yeah. I mean, it must be fun for other developers to come in and be like, what the fuck's going on with this language? That's the other thing. They then try to forklift. Yeah. So yes. Yeah, well that's the other thing is I have that tendency of thinking I understand the code better than I do and trying to be like you're saying cute with it where I'm like, oh, I can do this because it'll save me like a little bit of like compute. And it's like, no, it won't. 90% of the time, the compiler is better at this fucking job than I am. Like, I keep seeing it like a lot. Like, it's the biggest piece of recommendation I've seen for like new programmers is don't just try and be cute with your code. Write it in a way that you can read and make sense because 99% of the time, the people that wrote the compiler have caught your particular use case and will optimize it. Whereas if you try to be cute with it, you have to be right. If you just do it naturally, you don't have to be right. Like, my favorite one's like the branchless stuff where it's like, a bunch of people are like, oh, don't use min and max. It was like let x equal like min of well, no, it's it's like 10 dot min 5, right? So you do that. You can be like, apparently we can get to here. I think we have to return something. I don't know. Anyway, if people are going, oh, but don't use min and max because that uses a branch. Because I think if we like, I can't open it. How we do that? Oh, no, we're in a shader, that's why. So I'm like, why is it letting me do that? Go back to main. Alright, so we come down here and we're like, alright, we let 10 and then min max, and we go here and it's like, oh, but like, it uses intrinsics. But the idea being like, oh, that uses a branch, but then like, no, like what you should do is multiply it by if greater, like, no, something, so it's like you take, it's like a times a greater than b, a greater than b plus b times b greater than a. It's like, this is a way of doing it branchlessly, which would be so much faster than doing it with a branch. Except the compiler won't see that I'm trying to make this, what I'm doing, and it will just do this logic, and it's like, 6 or 7 clock cycles kind of thing. But if I say a min b, the compiler knows exactly what I'm doing and puts a branchless thing in anyway. Usually it's the other way around. Why is it letting me do? Why isn't it letting me do this? The answer is spite. The compiler knows. It goes, no, I know better. When it lets me do that, that's when it's Rust dev's the other way around. It's not shouting at the compiler going, why aren't you letting me do this? The Rust dev shouting at the compiler, why'd you let me make the mistake? Why'd you let me fuck up? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, so like what I find interesting though is the idea of like people being like, oh, this way's faster, and it's like, yeah, but the fastest way is to let the compiler do it, because let's face it, smarter people wrote the compiler. Like you'll never be able to be smarter than the compiler. The trick is not writing the code in a way that the compiler can't help you. I mean, technically, because I don't program in other languages, I did C# was originally what I learned. I can do JavaScript because, JavaScript is easy, but then it gets harder and harder the more JavaScript you know, because like the more niche edge cases, the more... but like, yeah, I tend not to try and jump between languages, because the most frustrating thing is when I'm like trying to use someone else's code base and like it's written in C++ or something, and I'm like, fuck, I can't work out how to do anything because it's different. And then I come back to Rust and I get really angry because I'm like, fuck, it's different to the last thing I was using. So my brain is very much like, I don't like things changing. And I don't think I'd have a problem with something like a camel or where the fucking syntax is so dramatically different. But with something like C, it's like all I end up doing is fucking up because the syntax is so close to the same that I keep accidentally like typing the wrong thing. Like you keep seeing me do like as F32 because the syntax in here is so similar that I keep forgetting that I'm in WGSL. Could I go above 1 year of yeah, so I did C# many years ago now, but like I used to do make games in Unity, and that uses C#. So I probably did that for 4 years, like not every day kind of thing, but like for a good like 16 till probably 20. I did that. Then I found Rust and did Rust basically exclusively, and I did JavaScript at school, where like TAFE. I did information digital media technology for 4 years, which has JavaScript as like that's the language of the web. It's shit language, but it's the language of the web. So I tend to get my code working and then let profiling go to inefficiencies. When I tried Rust, I felt like it was pushing me to no. So what I find is it's not that it pushes me to pre-optimize. That's my own fucking brain that does that. Like even when I'm writing in a language that can, Rust pushes me to do it like properly, not pre-optimize. Like it doesn't in any way try and make me do it the fastest way. It just stops me from doing really dumb shit. Like once I was porting a piece of C sharp code that I wrote for my dad, like a little program that worked out like dividing head disks to tell you like exactly what dividing head to use to get the right like divisions, and I ported it from C# to Rust, and I kept going, why the fuck are you not compiling? You work in C# but you don't work in Rust. Like why? Turns out there was a bug in the C# that I knew existed, but I had no idea where it was coming from, where it was like giving me an error of like one in a thousandth, like, you know, so if you any division, like it would have an accuracy of like 1 in a thousandth of a millimeter or something was the accuracy it could get down to. I was going, why is it not perfect? Like it should be perfect math. Turns out there was a bug that I didn't care about because I was going, oh, it's fucking floating point. No, I was inside a loop modifying the value before I read it or something, and it was like Rust wouldn't let me compile, whereas C# let me compile and immediately overwrite a value that I actually needed to touch. But once it had overdone it once, it only mattered on the first loop. So it was only when the loop, if the loop never ran, like if it only ever went through once, it didn't matter. And if it went through dozens of times, it became such a tiny value it didn't matter. So it was only literally like very niche case, but Rust just wouldn't let me compile. And it was like once I stopped trying to port one for one and started actually reading the logic and went, oh yeah, it was because I think it was saying like you can't borrow a value that you've already borrowed or something, or you're moving a value, you're trying to read a value you've already moved, and I realized that the bug existed. Yeah, that's what it's like. I don't think it pushes you towards pre-optimization, like make it better. It pushes you towards make it correct the first time, which usually results in when you hook up the compiler, when you hook up like your tools to, so like where do I need to optimize, you'll find that a lot more of your optimizations have already been done. Like the low-hanging fruit's already been done because Rust said, why the fuck are you doing that? You're not allowed to do that. Like, you know, modifying something inside of a loop, and it's like, well, that would be really slow and also incorrect. So Rust just stops you from doing it in the first place. I don't think it pushes you a certain way as much as it doesn't let you change things. The same as I've seen a lot of C++ developers complain about how Rust makes you refactor everything if you want to make one change. And I feel like that's more like C++ developers don't think through the data structure before they make it, which means that they have a whole bunch of places that bugs would be introduced if they ever change the data structure. And that's what ends up happening is when they make a change to the shape of their data structure, they have to go change it everywhere because it's like Rust is saying, hey, these are all places that bugs could now exist because you were relying on the shape of the data, and now the shape of the data has changed. So go correct the logic so that the shape of the data is still. And then it's like 90% of the time it may not cause a bug, but it's also the kind of bug that gives you a fucking headache because you forgot that you wrote the code 6 months ago and now you've changed something, and it's got the compiler is like, it forces you to fix all of the low-hanging fruit before it'll even compile, more than it makes you pre-optimize. Like it makes you fix bugs that you otherwise may not run into. Over the last years, yeah. Gotta love that. My favorite thing like about the like Rust in that is it like it does feel like once you write something, like if you write it properly, because that's the other thing. So I chuck unwrap and unsave all over the place because it's weird because a lot of I've been told multiple times they shouldn't have called it unsafe, they should have called it unchecked, because people go, oh, unsafe, you can't use it. It's like, no. Like if you want to write like you're a fucking C programmer, you can just drop into unsafe whenever you feel like it and use the unsafe function and not even check it. You can just not do like, you know, you can tell Rust to fuck off, do something, and come back, but then like everyone will bitch about it crashing all the time. That it's like, yeah, because you told it to fuck off. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was adding like an ability to jump, I guess. I also feel like we need to turn the gravity up like 10x. Because it feels really... Wait, did I turn the gravity? Why am I not falling? There we go. It feels really slow. Yeah, okay. Well, I had the ability to jump, I guess. I guess the player move kind of needs to use the physics, which is kind of interesting. All right, so I guess it's really easy to like would there be in the player controller? I guess we'll put the jump in. So it would be like step in, jump, and then we go. I guess it's like player. I mean, like no, it's not even the transform. It's the velocity. And then we just say like player velocity, the fucking... Okay, so to go to velocity we have to make you deref and deref mute, and that's so we can access your internal stuff. Deref and deref mute, and then we just go, hey, apparently player cannot borrow player mute. Right. We need input because we need to be able to check the actual thing. So you know, like keyboard input like this. But now we're just going to bind it to space, and then I'm going to go redo my key bindings, and then. No. I made great front end code by making someone else write the front end code. HTMX. Ooh, I do love HTMX. It's so much fun. There aren't any eye sockets big enough to contain my eye rules of my peers. It's like we're a bunch of functional programmers, and it's like, HTMX. It's like, yeah, that's good. Tried to get me, camel. So we're gonna do like a weird physicsy weird. Okay, so we need to say like add systems. So this is pre-update. So we pre-update and then we jump. I feel like this needs to be its own thing, so we have to stop like run conditioning jump player movement. But we can put fucking player movement into the jump, and then we're gonna put jump into inset player movement like that. So jump also needs to be like I feel like player movement needs to be like maybe we should be like in physics step. Okay, apparently I have to go to my physics and make the physics step like available to other people to see. Physics step. Then we go to the camera and we say, hey, physics step, update velocity, please. Import the physics step. Right. So now we can jump. Maybe. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like I don't have any fucking art skills. So to me, front end drives me insane because I'm like, how the fuck do I make it look good? What's it like if I spam spacebar, I fly up? Right. So, oh yeah, we should probably make it maybe slightly more than. Okay. So, wait a second. Is gravity 9.8 per second? Per second. We're only giving it. Okay, so we need to say like The 9.8, that should make us fly up for 1 second. So we probably want to say maybe like 9.8 times 2.5. We also want to say we need access to grounded as well, because we only want you to be able to jump if you're grounded. Yeah, but yeah, so I also really appreciate front end. Like, I understand that it's really important that something looks and feels nice. Like, when I'm doing my vibe coding stuff off stream, it's so nice when you can be all like, player adopt 0 %. I'm just distracted right now. Yeah, it's so nice when you can, like, when something feels nice. Like, I understand it's really important. I just suck at it. No, I think Tailwind was about 5 years ago when Tailwind was the right answer. Now the trendy answer is to vibe code it. Just vibe code the UI. You know, like, you don't need to actually like write the UI. Just vibe code the UI. Make type start function. Yeah, that's my thing. Like, my thing also, I think, is interesting. Like, if an engineer makes the front end like framework, it's so much easier because it becomes that, oh, you just put the sockets together and then, like, you know, like widgets and stuff like that. But then when it's like not a front end, when it's not a proper like type like engineer that does it, like, I don't know what you would call like the other type, where it's like where they just like everything's bespoke, and it's like, every time I want to change something, like none of the widgets work. Like with Bevy, I love the UI because they're all pre-built widgets, so if I want something to work, it's like if there's a widget for it, it works. But if I write my own, it's shit. But like if there's a widget for it, it works. Also, apparently we are not grounded, which is confusing. Player, why are we not grounded? We are grounded. Why can we not jump? Did I say not grounded? Excuse me? Why is this not working? Why can I not jump anymore? Like, something tells me. Well, first off, I'm like levitating. Why can I not jump anymore? The fuck? What? Yeah. Okay, so this. Okay, so we fall down, but for some reason my my jump isn't working. Did I like do it backwards? Why can't I jump off of something? Oh, I bet it's fucking the grounded code's fucking. I bet my grounded code is zeroing out my velocity. Right. Where is my physics implementation? So adding gravity just does adding gravity. When we update the fucking apply resistance, this needs to say U equal the min, well, no, the max, I guess it's velocity dot y dot max and 0. There. So if we're going up, we can still do it. Yeah, tech jobs. Gotta love the AI came for the fucking jobs of the people that made it first. That's how you know it's got spite for its creators. Like, fuck it. I'm gonna eat my creators. Now, how the hell can I jump so goddamn high? Like fucking Superman. I don't get it, because I'm only giving it like 2 times gravity, so it should only go up, I guess, for 2 seconds, not 2 blocks. Oh, I don't want to have to do math. Give me 1 second of uptime, please. It's like half the velocity time thing. There's a way you can calculate like how high you'll go, and I need the jump to let me go slightly more than a block. Which also means we're probably going to end up like greatly increasing gravity, simply because if we don't, what the fuck? How am I floating up like that? Weird. I should also like maybe stop letting the player move. Just throwing some code solves the problem. The biggest picture. Yeah, my issue with that is because like I watched a bunch of things. They keep talking about, oh, they've solved the hallucination problem, and it's like, well, technically they solved the hallucination problem like 2 seconds after someone stopped and thought about the hallucination problem, and that boils down to it hallucinates because nobody on the internet confidently states that they're wrong, which means that the fucking, you know, like like, they confidently state when they are wrong, but they don't tell you that they're wrong. Like nobody goes, I 100% have no fucking idea what the answer to that question is. And nobody leaves a comment when they don't know. So the AI, which was trained on billions of fucking comments on the internet, never learnt that if you don't fucking know, you say you don't know. Because that's not what you do online. If you don't know, you don't leave a comment. You don't go, oh, that's an interesting question, but I actually don't know the answer to that one. And so hence, the AI is a fucking idiot. I should also probably, like, when I do my velocity checks, you know, like maybe check, what the fuck is causing that? That's a bit weird. Oh, that jitter is me teleporting as I reach the 0 point. That's funny. Interesting. So that's what I was talking about. Like, what I need to do is teleport the player back an entire chunk, but only let them move an entire chunk out. Because the issue is that they're getting to 0 and then I'm teleporting them back to the top. So the whole ground is jittering under them. Anyway, yeah, like the hallucinations literally boil down to that's how the internet looks like it works. Everyone confidently stating facts, even if they're wrong. Nobody's confidently going, yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that. So the AI just like, out of all of the strengths, like some people do say I don't know, but usually it's like in a few sentences in. Hence, when you say the AI it's wrong, it immediately cops up to it and says, oh, you're right, I am wrong. Because again, people do that on the internet. They'll confidently state something incorrect. You point out that it's incorrect and they go, oh, sorry, my bad. It's fucking... Yeah, the AI is also refusing that to admit that something could be an XY problem for the same reason that the person on the internet, such as, yeah. It's the AI is literally like the worst thing. Like my favorite one of it, like where people don't understand that we are not programming these things because like apparently there's like laws being passed in America right now where they're going, hey, you have to be able to remove anyone who requests data from the model, and it's like, it's not a fucking database. It doesn't have a list of everything it knows that we can just take bits out. Like the only way you could do that would be to say you're not allowed to train them on people's private information without their explicit permission, which we already said you weren't allowed to, and they did it anyway. So it's a bit stupid that way too. But like the big thing with that AI, people like think that they're trained, like we write them, and therefore if the AI is being racist, it's because the person who made it's being racist and not because they didn't filter their data set to remove the racist shit. But my favorite example is they made a soap machine that like it wasn't even AI. It was literally like they made a sensor and like it was an automatic soap machine. You put your hand on it and soap comes out. And the fucking they got accused of being racist because it didn't work on black people's hands because nobody that worked at the company while they were making it like, and at no point did they test it on black people, which meant that their hands were too dark and it didn't pick up on the contrast because they tuned it to just right that it didn't randomly go off, but it would go off every time a person put their hand under it. And they didn't consider that maybe like a darker hand would not hit the threshold. And so it was like technically the soap machine was racist because there was no black people in the lab to test it. And it's like such a fucking weird thing of like people don't understand that this shit's not intentionally being made this way. It's a amplifying the bias that exists in the data that it's trained on. Like there was a whole bunch of things like when they used to make the face ones where it was like it was the cool tech, like before it blew up and was mainstream, where they'd have 10,000 faces that they'd train it on, and then suddenly people started being like, but why can't I get it to generate like a black person with like a white person's hairstyle? And it's like, because there were just none of them in the training set, and the AI is not actually learning the hairstyles. It's learning like a weird fucking 100,000 dimensional fucking space that it moves around in, and it never really learned how to do that because it doesn't exist in its training set. So it amplifies our own fucking bias, and we can fix that by like intentionally going, oh, it can't do this, let's add some of it to the data set. But like it does mean that if we're not careful, we will just imbue it with our own racism. It's kind of our own bigoted shit that goes on. Like you can already see with fucking Elon Musk coming in and deciding all the AIs were too woke, so he's like intentionally trained his AI on like less woke things, and it's immediately turned the AI 10 times worse because anything that he's decided unwoke is amplified 10,000 times over in the AI. It's fucking weird. Yeah, I think the big thing with why people don't admit they're wrong, so I used to be someone that admitted I was wrong very easily, like especially like that's why I quit my job, is like I used to always be like, hey, I don't get this, can you explain it? And then now my boss was just getting pissy at me like every time. Like people don't admit that they're wrong because even though we say, man, it would be so much nicer if people just admitted that they're wrong, we still shame the shit out of people for admitting that they're wrong. Like if someone says, oh, I don't know how to do that, immediately, you got to this age and you don't know how to do that? And I say, fuck, like, now I don't want to tell you that I don't know how to do something. I'm just going to try and do it. And it's only when I fuck up that I'll tell you that I actually had no idea from the fucking beginning. Like I was doing something with my neighbor and it was like, you go, oh, can you cut that with the angle grinder? I'm like, I don't actually know how to use an angle grinder. It's like, oh, you made it. Like, how do you know it's fucking an angle grinder? I'm like, because I never had to fucking use an angle grinder. Oh, I'm fucking such a wuss. And I'm like, no, I just don't want to fucking cut my hand on an angle grinder. And like, yeah, it'd take them fucking 30 seconds to teach me how to use an angle grinder. But the issue is that we teach people not to admit that they don't know something because people immediately fucking judge them for not knowing. It's like, oh, fuck, pain in the ass. The question is, I don't want to use a velocity-based fucking player controller because velocity-based player controllers end up with this horrible jitter like this. But what we're going to do... Also, do we just like teleport the player up maybe to a block? Like when they hit space, we should just make them taller. How does Minecraft do it? Does it actually give you a velocity? Maybe it teleports you and gives you a velocity. Yeah, it was not even like necessarily the right environment. It's just like it needs to be the right thing to admit that you don't know. My thing is like I was pointing at my fucking parents and they're like, oh, you're being lazy. I'm like, why is the first thing for me not doing what you want is to try and shame me for doing it? It's not, man, I don't want to do that. It's, hey, I'm fucking busy right now. Like, I'll do it later if I, like, remind me later. Because I've got a shocking memory of my ADHD. It's like, remind me later. And then they go, oh, you forgot, you've been late. It's like, no. Why is the first thing when someone says no is to immediately try and shame them into a yes? Like, not cleaning my room. And then they're like, how can you live in this fucking pigsty? It's like, so like, I said no to doing something that would be nothing, like, benefit you in no way and would just be a hassle for me because now I can't find anything because I put them away. Like, it fucking does my head in that. I put things away and then I can't find them again. So that's why everything stays out. And it's like, oh, but you're living in a mess. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't affect you. So like the result is to shame people. Like, I was talking to my dad the other day and he said the whole like, oh, you're acting like a 12-year-old. And I'm like, why is the response to try and shame me? Like, no, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm like, you are, because you're intentionally saying that I'm acting younger than I am, which is a way of shaming. Like, it may not be intentional, but like, it's just a horrible fucking thing. Like Donald Trump's the same issue is he's learnt certain words to say because it gets people to do what you want. And therefore, he just says them, even though they don't mean anything. It's kind of terrifying. I was watching a whole video about fascism, and they're basically saying that for a long time, fascism was just the insult you hurled at the other side. And now it's actually coming back, like the idea of sort of uber nationalist countries that are going to start the third fucking world war. The rhetoric and the way that they took power is repeating itself. It's coming back. And the issue is you can't call them fascists because everyone goes, oh, but they're not fascist. And it was like, this person was like, they went and talked to the professionals and they got 3 different stories. One guy goes, oh no, it's not fascism until they actually destroy democracy. Another one said, well, you know, it is fascism, but like, we probably shouldn't be calling it fascism. He wants to call it illiberal democracy, basically saying like, they're going to keep the democracy in place because it gives them so much power to make the people think that they have a vote, but they're not actually letting people do what they want. And then another one was basically saying, well, does it fucking matter? Maybe we shouldn't be looking at a checklist of the things that happened in the past, because all that does is let us justify to ourselves now that these things aren't yet fascism. And it's like, but we know from like hundreds of years of history that these are the steps that they take to get to what we call fascism. And it's just weird that like, we like reinforce the negative things and then like tell everyone that the good things don't work. And it's like, my brother is one of those people that pisses me off so much because he says, oh, but you've got to always be ready to stab someone in the back because if you don't, they will. And I'm like, but that's why you fucking, everyone keeps trying to stab you in the back is because you fucking stab them first and you don't think that you stab them first. But like the most effective approach to the prisoner's dilemma is tit for tat. The idea that always cooperate unless they, you know, fuck you over, then you fuck them back and then you call it square and you keep going. That's the most effective system until you know that the other person's doing that system, in which case tit for tat doesn't work because they take advantage and you tit and tat back and forth forever. And then there's like, there was a, like without forgiveness, and there's this weird thing about like, there's all these, but the issue is that the biggest thing with those, so like the prisoner's dilemma being like the view that you view society through was the idea that at a certain like percentage it was beneficial to defect, and at a different percentage it was beneficial to cooperate. The issue is that it's what you call an unstable equilibrium, where if enough people defect, then the best approach is defect. If enough people cooperate, the best approach is cooperate. And literally depending on how the random dice roll depends on how, if you end up in a world where everyone works together and builds a better society, or if everyone tries to stab the other people in the back and you never get out of the Stone Age. And they're saying that the biggest thing that corrects for this is what they call intergroup links or something like that, which is the idea that like it's 80% of your social group. But if your social group like is cooperating and one person who doesn't cooperate comes into the social group, they'll get kicked out really quickly. And the same thing happens as if your social group isn't cooperating and one person comes in and tries to cooperate, they'll leave really quickly. But because of like the interconnectedness, it's something like 2% of interconnectivity. So it's like for every group of 100, 2 people move between groups regularly. What ends up happening is the people that cooperate will end up in the group that cooperate, and the people that don't cooperate will end up in the groups that don't cooperate. And you end up filtering people into the 80% where it works. And then there's something like then the stronger faction can win, in that like if defecting is the actual best approach, then the defecting groups will grow quicker and therefore will be able to consume, because eventually 80% of the society will be defecting groups, and then the defecting groups will slowly consume the non-defecting. But turns out cooperation is the winning strategy, in that humans are where we are because we cooperated. So eventually the defectors get squashed out. The issue is that every now and then the defectors end up in a position of power like Donald Trump and fuck everyone else over, because Donald Trump is basically that person that moves between groups regularly in terms of like his influence, in fact, like his defection affects other groups. And so he's contaminating all the other groups and pushing them below the 80% line, which means that all the people that were cooperating are now defecting because Donald Trump fucking defected on them. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, see, what's fun about the eye for the eye thing is that the expression is literally referring to the fact that if you poke their eye out for poking your eye out, they're going to poke your other eye out because you poke their eye out. Like the issue with the tit for tat works, an eye for an eye doesn't, because what they're saying is you forget who took the first eye. Tit for tat is you retaliate proportionally and chronologically. The idea being that if they stole $1 from you, you basically take $1 worth of value somewhere else. You don't go, they took $1 from me, I'm going to take $2 from them, because they're not going to know that you took $2 because they took $1. They're going to know you took $2. So they're going to go, well, I took $1, so I'll take $1 again. And now you take another $2. So it's going to keep taking from everyone, and then nobody has anything because you're reciprocating. yeah, exactly. Personally, because again, communism, yes, but communism with the baggage, it's what I like is socialism, which is the idea of instead of working in a factory, you own the factory. So if there's 10 people that work in there, you own 10% of the factory and you earn 10% of the profits. The idea being that there's an incentive to make the factory more efficient, even if you're not actually the person benefiting entirely. Like my brother, when he bought his house, I was like, hey, you can have my savings and just pay me more than I would be making as interest in the bank, which means you don't pay the bank interest and I make as much money as I would leaving it in the bank. He could not he would not float the idea, because to him, that was me benefiting from him being successful. And I'm going, so you literally lose nothing and I benefit means it's not acceptable. And you benefiting and it costing me nothing, also unacceptable. So it's this weird thing of like, communism is the right way in that if we all own the means of production, God, I sound like a fucking communist. Like the idea, if we own the factories and the machines, that's fine. And it's like, it's not necessarily you have to own the actual capitalist. There shouldn't be one person at the top. Like there's no king is the idea. There shouldn't be a person at the top that gets to take 10% of what you made for no other reason than giving you the privilege of being able to make it. And now he's yeah. Actually, the scarier problem with Trump is that he actually somehow manages to follow through. It's that idea of like, for the last, 50 odd years, it's been there's never going to be a nuke dropped, because we all kind of understand that as soon as you drop a nuke, the nuke is going to, the nuke, like you can't drop the nuke because as soon as the button gets pushed. And they talk about all the stories during the Cold War of where it's like, Russia thought America launched the nukes, but they had the level head not to fucking launch the nukes back until they'd actually confirmed. And I feel like Donald Trump is the fucking president that will launch the nuke because he got to have a fucking gut feeling that the other side had already launched their nukes. Like, the issue is that Trump keeps getting concessions from the other side because we fucking know he's insane. It's there's a negotiation strategy where they go, you basically act insane because you know that the other side will concede. Like, if you're playing chicken with someone who has no fear of death, then you will chicken out because you know the other person isn't going to. Yeah, but it's just kind of weird. It's the same as the big scary thing about fascism. Like, I was watching a video about fascism, and they're saying the thing that makes fascism, like the big sign of it, is when the money gets on side. Yeah, from random vibes. It definitely would. Well, the thing is, technically, from what I understand, left people tend to be, like, tech people tend to be more left. It's just a thing about being in tech. The kind of people that go into tech tend to be more left. The issue is people in positions of power, like the higher you go up the management structure, the more likely are they to skew right. And it's this weird selection bias where they concluded something like 5% of CEOs are sociopaths, which is really scary considering that it's like something like only like 0.5% of normal people are sociopaths, which means that being a CEO makes you 10 times more likely to be a sociopath. But then it's like the actual conclusion to draw from that isn't that being a CEO makes you a sociopath, it's that sociopaths are 10 times more likely to try and strive and be CEO. And annoyingly, the way capitalism's set up, we reward the sociopaths. It's more profitable to try and break the rules and get away with it, not to stick to the rules. I find it bizarre. Like, I was watching a video about Red Bull and about the fact that Red Bull, for the size of the company proportional to the amount of money that they make and everything, they are the smallest headquarters ever. And it's like Red Bull started as a company where it costs Red Bull 6 cents to make a drink and they sell it for $3. And $1 of that $3 immediately goes back into marketing. But Red Bull doesn't do traditional marketing. Red Bull sponsors athletes. And it's like the idea being that Red Bull is being a capitalistic, horrible company, all for the profits, except instead of just paying other billionaires lots of money to advertise their product on their platform, they pay athletes and say, hey, when you're up there winning gold, drink a Red Bull. And they fucking, if you want to be a professional athlete, getting sponsored by Red Bull is fucking apparently the way to do it, because they give you access to world-class professional nutritionists, trainers, facilities. They'll buy you the best gear, because winning gold when sponsored by Red Bull, it's cheaper for them to do that than to actually hire an athlete. It's cheaper for them to pay and make the greatest athlete in the world, like train them from scratch, than it would be to just pay an athlete to say, yeah, Red Bull. I don't know, because the hard thing about that kind of thing, like with the labels and everything, is that, like, from what I remember, like, libertarian to me for a very long time was, well, like, liberal was saying people that think that there should be less rules, like liberal being like as much freedom as possible. Anarchist is the most extreme liberal. There shouldn't be a government telling us what to do. We will do the right thing. Scarily, because it's annoying. It's, again, one of those things people don't understand. My brother is, like, his philosophy, if I was to actually like label it, is an anarchist. He's under the impression that the government does nothing for anyone except take their taxes. There is no benefit to the government. And I'm like, so you're an anarchist? He's, no, I'm not an anarchist. I don't want to destroy the world. I'm like, that's not what an anarchist is. An anarchist is just someone that thinks that the government is unnecessary and that people will sort themselves out without the fucking government coming in and saying you can and can't do this and that. All right, have a good night. It's always weird talking politics. I never know if people are going to be on my side or not. Yeah, I don't know. My view of it is, like, if I ever become a multi-millionaire, it's like I'll never actually make it to billionaire, because I'll just start giving people the money. Like, not even in like the weird, like, I'm going to do charity, and people are like, I would just go give random YouTubers, like, pay them to develop the game, and not in like a, oh, I'll sponsor them kind of way, just being like, no, like, you just universal basic income, you know, you do whatever, like, you don't have to keep making videos, just here's $50,000 a year to just keep doing whatever you want to do. Like, if you want to keep making more money on the side from YouTube, whatever, like, that's what I would do if I ever made more than like maybe $10 million, because I feel like at that point, by the time I get old enough to have made $10 million, I don't think it would be that much money anymore, because inflation's kind of weird like that. But, like, I don't need more than that much money. So, like, if I ever started making lots of money, I would just start giving it to people. Like, basically venture capital funding idea of being like, here's $10,000, no strings attached, but if you become successful, you've got to give it back plus some, but only if you become successful. Like, I don't give a shit if you fail. Just, you know, go ahead. Here's money. Go do things. It's more as small as the government as can be, but there needs to be a little bit, not the... Oh yeah, see, but I don't think that's necessarily anti-government libertarianism. That's more like anti-capitalist government, in that I keep watching stuff like, why is England fucked? And it's because in the 80s, their fucking government came through, went pro-capitalism, fucking, so let's privatize everything, and then privatized all the utilities. And the issue is that, like, it's actually quite profitable to own the power grid. And that means that the government was like, oh no, but we're going to make them compete, and then didn't. And so the issue is that, like, America's done the same thing. They've gone uber capitalist, where they keep giving tax cuts to the people that can afford to pay taxes, which means that they have to keep cutting the things that the government's supposed to be doing. Like, they say, not this $40 trillion government thing. It's, yeah, exactly. The issue is that the government isn't necessarily spending too much money, as much as they're not taxing the people they should be taxing, which is then costing them more money. Yeah, exactly. $40 trillion in debt. Like, if they taxed the multi-trillion-dollar companies, like if they tax Google at the actual tax rate they should be taxing Google, suddenly they're not costing as much. And also, Google stops costing the government so much. Like, it's weird that, like, the way that the American fucking tax system seems to be set up is that the billionaires get to fire their employees and the government covers the cost. Instead of them having to fucking pay people a decent wage, the government has to foot the bill. If a company can get away with paying their employees less, then their employees get government benefits. And so not only does the company not pay taxes, it also doesn't feed their people. So the government loses out on both ends, where they don't get the tax money and they have to feed the fucking people. we are just getting distracted from Rust code. What was I even doing? Oh, I was adding. So I don't want to do a velocity-based movement system because I feel like a velocity-based movement system is going to suck because it'll jitter like fuck when we walk into objects. So we're going to go something along the lines of. I don't remember how to do this. Like we're gonna move player. So move player. Move player needs access to the what? Maybe I should go refactor my my physicsy thing. So we're gonna go map. And we're gonna go. I'm gonna actually make a a thing called map, and we're gonna be able to fuck around it. And we're gonna show how system parameters work because I feel like that's a really interesting thing to actually like construct into in this as like a demonstration. We're gonna struct is gonna be called map. And we're gonna set you derive system parameter, right? Map. So map is going to need access to lookup, which is chunk lookup, the chunk data, the chunks. Okay, so apparently map needs a W and I guess an S. So just I'll explain things as I go. I believe it did. Right. So the W is world and the S is state. Lifetime bound's not satisfied. So where W outlives S. Is that no? What lifetime bound are you saying? Lifetime may not live long enough. Lifetime W defined here. Lifetime may not live long enough. What are you saying? Okay, W, you're a W lifetime. You're a W lifetime. So the only thing I should care about is this lifetime, which is to say that world and state, and then because you are an S lifetime. Is that how that works? No. Lifetime may not live long enough. S lifetime defined here. What rule do you hit to fucking state? World, state. There's something about this, whereas maybe it's like state needs to inherit from world. I think that's how that works. No. Lifetime bound not satisfied. Fuck you. Do we just make them all W's? I don't think so. Actually, I think maybe I can just do this, and I can just say S, and then S. No. What the fuck are you going on about? What is your problem? I've forgotten how to do this. There is definitely something. It's also something really stupid. Like I want to say it's just maybe I need to declare S first. Like S and then W where W outlives S. No. Let's go to query. Let's look what fucking query rule says. So you take in a world and you take in a state. Apparently you don't care. Okay. We're just gonna say like no chunk for now. We're just gonna say W. W. Can I like not declare these? Can I say if I don't, like, don't you do something? You need to declare this, but you don't need to declare the lifetimes. Unsafe state. Oh, let's say query state. There's something I'm missing. It's missing two lifetime parameters. W and W and W. Why are you defining W? Refer to the data stored in the world refers to the data stored in the system state, which means that this is definitely W. You suck. Right, no chunk data for you then. I don't know how it works. Maybe it's static. I keep trying to put it back because I'm like, okay, I know. It's anyway. So. Annoyingly, we have to like look that up. We have to go back to our like physics. and go, is it grounded that we did all this fucking horrible monstrosity? So what do we need access to? We need access to the objects, which was the grounded and the transform. And then we needed the lookup. So the lookup used this, and this. Okay. And you passed in this. Okay. So got where I was. Yeah. So I guess you can take in this thing here, which is again W, like so. So I'm getting something wrong with the implementing system stuff. I've done it before. Is it in this? System param. Somewhere there's like a way you can do it. I'm missing obviously the type. Yeah, so the idea here is we can go, we can just make it manually passed in. That's right. So we go, what the hell did we do in physics to get the thing? So we go here. I guess we have an error type of you because you do weird stuff now. So we're gonna say like pub enum map error no chunk. Okay, so we're gonna impl map and say fn get I mean, sure, get block. So to get the block, what do you do? So this gets it from a transform, which is interesting. I mean, why don't we just do that for now? Get block, and then it's exactly this logic. This is exactly the logic, and then literally the only thing that you do is that. So we copy this, we paste it here, and we just say, instead of doing this, can you return error no chunk, return error no chunk data. I feel like you're the other way. You're no chunk data, you're no chunk. And then this is chunk entity, so no entity. And then technically there's no block, but anyway. So we said the chunk ID position. So pos is pos.floor plus the splat of the chunk size. Then the chunk ID is the transform, and then it's self.world offset. Right, something like that. Which then we need to, apparently that just works. Then we say self.lookup.get, and then again it's self.data? No. Right, so we have to pass in the chunks as well because I couldn't work out how to get the query to work. So I'm going to say chunks. Chunks, which is a query for chunk. Right, so then you go down here and you say, hey, return chunks.get, and then it's self.data.get, and then you come down here and then you just return, you just drop block out the bottom like that. It's okay, block. Okay. I mean, yeah, you always return block. Okay. So map expect. Okay, so import, I need to say w like this, and then you're saying that I can't do that because we need to dereference this. Right. So theoretically, if I now go back to physics, I could just say call get block, and it should do all the logic to get me the block. Well, that's fun. So now we can just call map whenever we need access to all that stuff, instead of having to like manually implement the logic of being like, get this thing, get that thing, get this thing, get thing. So then we go to player controller and we say move player. So we're gonna take the move bindings. Apparently we have the fly setting bindings. What the fuck? What do we use those for? What is settings used for? Boost multiplier and move speed. Okay. I'm going to probably tweak all that stuff. But anyway, so we're going to take the keyboard, we're going to take the time, we're going to take settings, we're going to take player, we're going to take in map, which is then going to be map. No, not run map. Map, please, which is, I guess, crate map. Apparently it's private. Map. Right. So now we have the map. Apparently it's never read. It's never, yep, okay. So we go back to our player controller and say, hey, map. Okay. So let forward, let right. Let mute input. So we need to take this. We need to go, hey, so let next equal. Right. We say player player.translation plus move. Okay, so that's our next, and then we're going to say let f equal. I assume we zero out the forward. Yeah, we do. We zero the forward. So we're going to say f is equal to map get block map.get block. Apparently this is private. Okay, fuck you, pub. So we get this and we say, hey, map.get block next, which is annoying because I have to effectively check I guess left and then right, and so it's not this. So it's next is okay. So wait, movement is this times normalize, right? If you press the boost, okay. So then we're gonna say let delta equal move direction times move speed times this. Okay, so this is our delta. Then we're gonna say this is how we actually update the player. But we're going to say f is equal to player dot translation plus delta dot x, right? And then map b is solid, unwrap or false. Okay. And then I guess no. I guess plus is Z. Minus Z, because minus Z is forward. This method takes 2 arguments. Yes. Annoyingly, because I couldn't work out how to do it, we're going to say chunks. Which is just a query for chunk. Something like this, right? So we did query our chunk, and then we go down here and we go, hey, y'all. And we say, hey, chunk. Except did I pass in the whole query? I fucking did. Apparently it's clonable, so who fucking cares? So we say forward, we say hey forward, and we say hey, and so if not f, wait, no, if f, because if solid is true, x equals 0, and then I guess if b, so technically you should be r, but anyway. R, and then U should be F. No, just using letters at the moment because I'm trying to get it working. So U F. So if right, we set X, and then otherwise we set Z, and then we say, hey, move direction, and then Wait, no, it's delta. 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 And then you just plus equals move direction. Plus equals delta. Like that. Right. I think that should work, because what we're doing is we're basically checking to see if we're hitting the block before we far behind it. My stream preview was so far behind, I was just standing on top of a mountain apparently for ages. Anyway, so in theory this should work. Technically the fly one doesn't care, so we're gonna go doop and go, why did the fuck did I bounce into the air? Oh, because I probably had velocity. Hey, look. Man, it took me so long to, like, apparently we're stuck in the fucking thing, which is a little bit weird, but it took me ages to get that behavior when I tried to manually implement it. I also feel like I should probably turn the day-night cycle off and just, like, let the sun stay in the fucking sky, because it keeps getting dark. I said about the ambience. So if we track down the ambience and just crank the ambience up to, like, 1 maybe? There we go. So here's the issue. Apparently I'm stuck in the ground now. We can like walk forward and see, like, when I tried to do this in a Minecraft clone, it took me ages to get the behavior that if you walk into a block, it pushes you into the side of the block. We're also apparently like just not checking one of the axes correctly. Which axes are we currently moving on? Transform. This is the what's X. So first off, stuck inside here. Is X working? I think X is working, but maybe not. Apparently not. The X works, kind of. We also gonna like need to make sure that we sort of stop the player from being able to walk into it. So we probably need to be like just adding like maybe 0.1 to it, so that the player can't get within 0.1 of a block. So not here, it's in player controller. No, the pushing up's because if I hit spacebar while I'm flying but technically grounded, it never zeroes my velocity. And then I'm pretty sure the velocity, like the drag, ignores weightless things, because there's no point applying gravity and removing gravity all the time, which means that when I turn off the fly camera, it removes my weightless, and then it basically applies a jump force to me when I turned off the camera. That's why I zipped up in the air, because I actually don't ever check Y. Y is only done as gravity. It's not actually checked for solid. That's a different collision. That was what the jump in the air, unless I'm missing something else. But what I'm trying to work out here is, first off, we need to make sure that we say like, hey, the annoying thing is that I need to say like plus this, but we need this to be like, there's a fancy thing for it. So we can be like plus like delta dot x dot sine. Oh, apparently it's called sine num times like 1. So basically this is saying check the player's position plus the amount we're going to move in the X plus 0.1 further than that. Which I guess technically I could probably just multiply that by a small amount, but I need it to actually be a fixed amount, because I guess then if you're moving like a tiny amount of Z, then you won't actually trigger it. But the idea being that what can happen now is we can literally walk into the edge of a block, and if we hit it exactly, like we stop exactly on the edge of a block, which means when you turn around and try to walk the other way. Yeah, so what it is when I do this and turn it off, I fall, but if I hit spacebar, apparently not. Right, like I can turn off and on the fly while I'm falling, and it maintains the... So... Because when I hit spacebar, it toggles the thing, but doesn't actually like... It also disables my ability to be flinged. And so it's just waiting. Anyway, as you can see, we're no longer getting stuck in the blocks. We're still getting stuck in the Z, because I think the Z's actually the wrong axis, if that makes sense. So like, we should be able to turn around. We gotta find a nice flat plane that doesn't have any Z issues. So we don't get stuck in that way. right? Walking into it that way. And then I think if we turn around and walk away, we should be able to walk away. Then we walk into this way, we can also do the same thing. It's the Z. So the Z's just the wrong way. So it's like, we need to add the Z apparently. Which actually, I guess, makes sense. Maybe not this bit. Maybe this is the wrong one, but like, no, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, effectively. Also, you know what this is doing under the hood? This is just ending with the thing. Like, does it actually let us get there? Like, where we can actually see what it's doing? Or is it just going to say intrinsic? But I'm pretty sure the way that the sign bit works is it just ends the sign bit of the float. Anyway, yeah, so now I fixed it because effectively what was happening, but oh no, we can still walk into them on the negative fucking axis. What do you mean? So I don't get stuck going this way. I can turn around and go the other way. But apparently I get stuck walking this way. Oh, god damn it. Alright, I gotta fix the sun. It's still in my head in that it's swooping so quickly. Maybe we should make a UI for that. We'll save that until after though. We're just gonna ambience. We're gonna say like, let's make it like 100 times longer. So it's gonna take hours, and then I'm gonna be really annoyed when I accidentally leave the game running and fucking go, whoops, it's fucking nighttime, and then the nighttime's gonna be really, really long too. But anyway, we'll chuck in settings after I've compiled and committed. Like once I've got this sorted and submitted it. I also keep forgetting that I've got to turn on and off again because apparently you can't start with a check tech box. Okay, so as you can see, we are apparently able to walk through blocks. Oh, you know what we should probably also do is maybe just check. Should check slightly up. Yeah, I know commenting out the fucking rotation would be easier, but it's kind of funny to leave it working. In the sense that also then if I forget about it, I can still at least remember it exists and not go, why is the sun not working? It's like, oh no, it's just going really slow. Whereas if I'm going, why is it not working? I'll check everything, not realizing I've fucking commented it out because I do that all the time. Okay, play controller. So what we need to do is also say that this is the delta, this is the delta. So it's the player's translate. So this number here, we need to just like, wait, don't add. Oh, god damn it. So player.translation plus delta. Okay. Let x check equal player. Okay. I also just noticed a whole bunch of fucking bugs because I fucking forgot that Bevy does this. Player.translation, right? Then it's x check.x plus equals this because we only want to move the fucking x a little bit, and then we say x check, right? And then we go fucking z because we were adding it to all three axes, which is why we were getting fucking stuck in corners. But also I do want to just like say like maybe just add like a tiny bit of y. Actually maybe not, I don't know. We do floor and all sorts of stuff to get it to not work, so it shouldn't actually matter if we. I'm just worried that we're gonna end up like clipping slightly under the ground. And therefore it's not going to work. But yeah, effectively, the biggest issue was that I was an idiot and I was adding like the X to all three axes and not. Okay, but we can still like do. It's actually kind of cool. So when we were heading in the negative direction, we were actually slightly lowering the player into the ground because we were subtracting it from the Y as well, because we were adding full integers. Anyway, this is to work. Okay, again, what I was trying to get across before I kept noticing the bugs, is that like when I was trying to do this intentionally, where I was like going, oh, I want that Minecraft behavior of when you walk into a wall, you get pushed like along the wall if you're not square to it. It took me ages because I had to like do the reflections and I was doing gizmo. The answer is you just check the X and you check the Y and you maintain the Z movement, because it also means that like if you're really just sort of glancing, I'm not on the layer below one. If you're just glancing a face, it should be theoretically slower than if you like were turning and like just walking in that direction. Like see how like when I'm only just not square to it, I very slowly move sideways because it's like it's keeping the X. All right, I feel like the jumping should probably also do the same thing where it does something else. I need to fix that jitter. I think the way to fix the jitter is to let me move up to a whole chunk before teleporting me back a whole chunk. Because I feel like we're clipping the edge of the plane. Anyway, we'll work on that. So when I hit spacebar, I kind of feel like I need to just teleport the player like up a block and then let them fall back down. Because then the idea is if you jump, you don't get this massive glide happening. Anyway, I mean, it's not going to be hard. We also, if we want to make the player 2 blocks tall, need to say something like, we then like, or, no, and, no, it's or, because if it's false, we want to say, just copy this exact same thing again. And then we say, hey, is solid false? And then, but we just want to say that the x check plus vec3 y. Effectively saying, but also check the block above. God, I love when the AI catches that. So, theoretically now we can't walk through one high gaps because our head will clip through the thing, so basically like pushed. We're checking the block in front of our feet and the block in front of our head, because otherwise we'd be able to walk through like one high gaps. Dun 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 dun. Right. So the jumping, I feel like I want to modify the jumping just to teleport me, and we need to like up the gravity like way higher. Also, I've also concluded that we may want to make the movement also happen in the fixed time step, because otherwise our movement, it might be frame dependent. We can like teleport through blocks. Ooh, yeah, actually that's a good point. We probably actually we don't want to check more than one block away at a time, otherwise we can like teleport through corners, because if the game lags enough that we can get to the other side. It's also part of why I'm not checking in front. I'm checking to the X, to the Y, and then teleporting, because if we can move diagonally, to point perfectly diagonally would also mean that we'd be checking into the actual blocks and not. So actually, we might want to say, like, I'm going to have to round. Yeah, it's too much work. Too much work for something I don't actually care about having happen for now. But maybe like note down here something like this to do prevent corner clipping. The idea being that like if you point at just the right angle, technically you might be able to clip it so that you're actually like able to get through the diagonal of a corner without actually hitting either of the blocks in that corner. Because it should technically like raycast, because the other thing is also if you have a big lag spike, you could teleport to the other side of a wall, because we're only checking your destination is clear, not you are clear. But anyway, so that's our player controller kind of working. What we were doing, we were changing jump, weren't we? Jump. So I think the way that jump should work is I kind of feel like it should be a combination of the two, where we should teleport the player up like 90% of a block and give them a slight upward jump. So first off, we're going to go to physics, and we're going to say const gravity strength, which is 9.8. Then gravity here, when we insert the resource, I'm going to say change this to init resource gravity, like so, and then we say wherever gravity is, I want to put it with gravity. Where is gravity? There. We're going to go import from world for gravity, right? And then we say, hey, y times gravity strength. So now I can say, like, actually, you're 98. We can make gravity 10 times stronger, which I'm hoping means that it'll feel like a little bit slammy into the ground, you know? And then what I'm thinking is we can probably get away with, so when I turn off my fly, I fall way quicker. I can't jump because it's like, oh, it's Mars gravity. Apparently you can like climb, you can wall climb though, which is interesting because it appears to like let me teleport up, which is interesting, which is some kind of weird collision thing because we're not actually checking anything. So it's like letting me slide up blocks. It's also, I think, partly because we're actually moving very, very quickly, like relative to like how you would in Minecraft. But like we are booking it across a Minecraft scaled world. We're gonna go. So how do I make my jump? How do I make my jump higher? Jump. Right. So I'm thinking we go back to our player controller. We say, yeah, you still had 9.8, which is a tenth of a velocity, but we're also going to say taking the player's position. So mute transform. We're also going to take in the map. I believe shouldn't have a problem. Mute map, which is map, which can we just like replace? Qualify with using path. Okay, the map, and then we're going to say so if player. Oh, there's my alarm saying the stream's about to end. Okay, I guess it's perfect timing to basically say that we're just going to finish implementing this. I was going to try and work out what it's going to work on next, but so we have there's a way we can do this really cheaty. Like we can be like, I want to say it's like this. Can we do that? No, I don't remember how. There was like a way you could like decompose it in such a way that you could actually access it as like named fields down below. Maybe it's with generics. I don't know. Then we're gonna say like let transform velocity player. It's not that. It's player dot into inner like that. Okay. So now we have access to that, and we can say, hey, if player. If grounded, I want to know how do I make a fucking thing act like a... There's a way to do it where I can like just treat you as a fucking boolean. Do you not have deref? You obviously have deref because I can literally derefing you there. So grounded and actually we could probably just do that and say like and grounded, and then we'll implement that because I'm pretty sure this is a thing. So I'm going to say and map dot get block transform dot translation plus vec 3 y times 2. We'll do it properly. Vec. Yeah, I don't know if the compiler would catch that, but I feel like it's a bit stupid to do it. So we're going to say 0, 2, and we can also do like 2.1 now. I think we can check, make sure we actually definitely get the block above. And then, we need access to chunks now as well. God damn it, I kind of need to fix map, but anyway, I'll probably do that off stream. Chunks, passing chunks. And then we go is solid. Is solid. What do you mean? So you return right. Unwrap? No. Right now it's unwrap or false. False dot is solid. Wait, no. Block. I guess void is the default block. Right, so we say, hey, and if that block is solid, we say player, we say is our velocity dot y plus equals 1 lot of gravity, and also transform dot translation plus equals what? No, 1. 0.9. So what we're going to do is we're going to push the player up 1. All right, so velocity.y plus equals 9.8. And then transform.translation.y. So we push the player up 1/9 of a block and give them 9/10 of a block and give them 1/10 of a shove with gravity up. And then we have to go back to grounded. And I think this is how this works. Is we could go, hey, grounded. Can I impl core ops bit XOR bit or so we're only like or no, I don't know if it's bit or. I don't think it is bit or. Alright, so bit or, and then bit or takes in the right hand side, so you can bit or with boolean or grounded, and then the right hand side would be a bool. And it's like, yeah, and then it's just self fucking or right hand side. Like, can you just dereference self in the right hand side? I guess technically that tells the compiler to short circuit. And then we can also say like impl core opt. Don't bit or assign bit or grounded or bool. And then no, what? No, a bit or, please. God damn it. Bit or. And also, your output's a boolean, please. Just do this. And your output is also a boolean. And then you do this. And then we go... Did that work? I don't know. Probably. I'm trying to work this out at the moment. Anyway, yeah, it says map or I want to say like map or default. Yeah, that seems like so. Is solid, false, or is that correct? So it returns default U function takes it to, yeah, so there's like it's false or it is solid and then grounded, and annoyingly it's saying, hey, can't do that with a reference to grounded. I'm getting closer. Fuck you. I think if I just copy paste this and said, hey, you can also do it with like a reference to this, which is behind a shared reference. Oh, actually, this is probably because you're not clone copy. Clone and copy. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's almost certainly what was wrong with it. What's the bet that this just works now? Fuck you. Did it just like automatically do it because it's like the actual issue was that it wasn't clone and copy and it was saying, hey, you can't do this? No, it does require it to be a fucking thing. Physics, undo. It's just telling you that, like, hey. Oh, okay, so dereference self. Right, and then you're the same when you're dereference self. We just do like self.0. And then you're the same thing where you're grounded and then, I mean, sure. And then you're a reference to grounded and a boolean, and then you're a reference to grounded. And then you dereference that. I feel like maybe don't dereference that because I feel like that might result in a recursive thing of, well, not a recursive. It requires the compiler to actually be able to realize that it can inline them into like you're dereferencing it to then call a different function. So instead, all of these are just dot zeroed. And then you're saying mismatch type expected. So like this. So we do this and this. So no implementation for physics. Oh, because that's an and. I was ordering them. I would have thought that dereferring it would have fucking done this, but anyway. So we go, hello, all of you. And then we swap all of you for the word. In this section, we're going to replace the word or with the word and. 16 of them all. Wow. Apparently, probably should have been a little more careful with that one. Oh no. Okay, let's fix all the spelling mistakes that exist now because I'm a fucking idiot and replace or without any kind of clarification that maybe don't fucking overwrite the fucking middle of the words or. Alright, anyway, that should work. Oh. Dun 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 dun. Oh, with like 1 minute to go. So the idea with this is we're effectively giving the player like less up, but still making sure that they can clear a block by teleporting them most of the way to the top of the block. Also, apparently I'm very stuck in the ground, which is a bit annoying. I don't know if that's because I was falling very, very quickly. It was because I was falling very, very quickly. So we definitely need to like ray trace something for falling because it appears that if you fall too far, you literally embed yourself into the ground, which is fun. I think I've also got that backwards. So, why is this not working? I think something tells me I've got this backwards. So, if the player and the player is grounded, and player grounded, and I guess true and not solid. Wait a second, can I just do that? Wait, no, I need to check those. That's the default case. Okay. So we default to not solid. That might work. The trick with this is we can't short circuit now, but it doesn't really matter. I think the answer is get slightly out of the ground and then turn your flying back off, because if we fall too quickly. All right, yay! It sort of teleports me to the top of a block. Honestly, 10 times gravity is probably a little bit too much, but well, technically, the bitwise OR and the logical OR on a Boolean should be the same thing, but I actually don't know how to do the short circuit logical OR. That's why I wasn't doing it. Is it called logical OR? If it was that simple, I might just fix it, but like, it's a bit and. Is there a logical and? I don't think so. There's bit and assign, and add assign. So like bit and is kind of the only option here. I mean, we could go to operations and we can like search for, because I think it does tell you. Oh god, no, turn it off. Is this assigned to something? No. Move, no, pipe. Okay, note that the and the and or operations are currently not supported for overloading due to their short-circuiting nature. They require a different design from the traits for other operations like bit and. Designs for them are under discussion. Okay, so I can't do the logical short-circuiting. I have to use the bitwise short-circuiting. And it's okay because they're booleans. So what I should probably conclude is that the player is moving way too fast, for one thing. The player needs to maybe cap their downward velocity, but also I don't think I need gravity to be fucking 10x what it is. So we can go to like the player controller, maybe player controller here, and we say velocity UI transform translation. So here, so we add this to their velocity. Instead we're going to say physics gravity something. Ironically, I think I can make that a constant inside of that constant, which is fun. So somewhere we implement gravity. So we're going to go impl gravity. Fuck you. And then we just move gravity strength in there, which means that like to access gravity, to get the gravity strength, we access it like from the gravity type, which means that we can like not pollute namespaces, which is always fun. So we do something like gravity, gravity strength times 0.1. So the idea being that we're going to give it 1/10 of a gravity. I do kind of want to do something. Keep God damn it, brain stop. And then this would be self. Humming an RM all the time. Got doing it again. What do I need to do? I need to cap the player. Oh, that's what I was turning this down. So we're going to say 9.81 times by like 4. So we're going to use 4 times Earth gravity instead of 10 times Earth gravity, just because like that should hopefully stop slamming us into the ground. But I mean that might help. So okay, so one thing I need to do is probably check the magnitude of that and go, hey, all right, so we probably want to teleport maybe half a block then, because the point is that like with this higher gravity we're actually like working way better, but yeah, maybe we want to like teleport the player up half a block and give them half a gravity. The point being that like, I don't know. I don't think there is a point. Maybe the player needs some like level of acceleration, because that's what's happening is we keep clipping blocks and we're not accelerating, which means we're just going straight back to full speed. But it just feels off, which I think is the no acceleration kind of thing of like we're just going full speed. But like I'm definitely jumping too high, by the way. I need to like work out the math of like only letting the player jump up to like 1.1 blocks up. There's a way to work it out. It's not that hard of a math, but also that jitter's got to be us slamming into boundaries. Right. Anyway, we're going to call that player controller. I'm going to fix that little jitter bug, hopefully, and because I don't think it's going to be hard, and then we'll call it a stream. So this is added player controller push that up. All right. So to fix that jitterbug, jitterbug. All right. How do I fix the jitter? To fix the jitter, I need to go. Is it in player? Is this where we move the ship and not the world? Yeah. Move the universe, not the ship. So here, when we detect a chunk transition, we need to say do this if position dot abs dot max element is greater than 1, returns the horizontal maximum self. In other words, it computes max of x, y. I assume z. So max is so it says the max of self, and one. Okay, yeah, so. So we take the absolute, we take the maximum, and then we say, hey, trigger move world position. Maybe not. So maybe we should say, hey, if the absolute, it's like this. And we should say, like, let P equal, let move to move. Because we only want to move one element. It's IVEC3 0. Right. Can we call clamp on you? Like clamp? Huh. Okay, we can just call clamp. Okay. So never mind. If you're greater than this, then we want to say commands.trigger move world pos dot clamp vec 3 new. So the minimum is -1, -1. The maximum is, oh well, we can do that, can't we? Like, I think that they have constants. -1 and 1. IVEC3. IVEC3. Okay, so the idea being that we only want to teleport the player back one. So we'll teleport the player back one whole chunk if they end up more than one whole chunk away. And that should stop it from jittering, because it means we won't end up in like a situation where we're on the corner of a block and we're like teleporting from the top to the bottom. It also says the same thing as when you jump up. If you transition a whole chunk away, you want to move the world down, but then when you fall back down, you shouldn't move back because you didn't jump, you didn't fall back a whole chunk is the idea. So like now it should be way less jittery as it moves around, because things shouldn't be moved all the time. No, it's still, gravity is falling. It doesn't. Okay, well the question is, I guess, player transform. Are we still having the player? Maybe we should debug out where the player is. I gotta eat though. Oh, okay. So we're going to set some more debugging tools, I guess, quickly, because again, I think this bug should be fairly quick to do. So this is a debug tool. This is the debug thing. All right. So in our debug menu, open debug menu. Opening the debug menu has all these things, and we say, hey, this is the fly related stuff. So I kind of wish that fucking it would let me enable a thing. Anyway, so this is going to be show x, y, z. I want to say maybe like root dot spawn with child. Oh right, yeah, because it's the root is an actual thing. So then like this, I'm gonna say you're gonna do this, and then we're gonna say children, right? So children, like this, and then this, right? Interesting. Probably a smarter way of doing this, but anyway. So you need to also do .line. This is another thing that I should probably move into a function, because it's very repetitive code that I'm for some reason deciding not to like condense into very repetitive code. All right, so we have our children, and then we spawn that child. Then we spawn that child, and we spawn that child. Now none of the children are going to do anything. Then you're going to be a node. Like default, I guess. It's do nothing for me now. So with child, children, expected something, what? Oh, because you want me to say a comma. There we go. So this is show xyz, show show chunk ID, and then we want to show. So this should show this should show local XYZ, and then this show global XYZ, and then show chunk ID. And we also probably want to go show offset. Right. So there's like 4 different things. These all this should be connected back up. My computer just crashed again. So so my computer, I've got like a dodgy RAM chip or something. I'm hoping it's a dodgy RAM chip because I have replacement RAM, which makes it easy to fix. I haven't got around to it yet. So when it touches a certain piece of memory, my whole computer just dies. So I think we basically are being told that the stream is ending very soon. So I'm just going to try and get this feature done as quick as I can. And then the stream will definitely be ending. Come on. The torrent, go away. Okay. Now, no fucking VDM. No, okay, cool. So, to be honest, forgot what I was testing. Oh yeah, debug menu. So now we have a handful of checkboxes that don't feel like they line up with where they should be. Strange. Oh, go away. It's my computer fucking restarting and turning all this stuff on that shouldn't be on. Yeah, they're the same picture. Okay, so we can show local, show global, show offset. Okay. I feel like these should be like tick boxes within tick boxes. Anyway, so just to get some weird shit going on, because I'm trying to work out where is it jittering? Is it like, are we actually transitioning? So we can say fn spawn. No, so toggle local value change commands like that, right? Like you. Yeah, no, yeah, he's trying to speed up fucking VS Code. Okay, so we toggle local. I kind of only need to know that like the local and the offset, because we can just kind of assume the rest now. So we're gonna say toggle local. So how do we toggle local? Oh, fuck, brain. So we say, I guess we just stick it into the world and we just say this commands trigger source insert clicked. Okay. Enable local. So we're going to say, because I think the FPS is done the same way, as it just spawns like an FPS text thing. I feel like all of them should be visible, but like they'll just toggle on and off. So this is going to be pos text. So what we can do is go mute query text with pos text, and we can say kind of feel like I need to pass them some information. Alright, the answer is fuck you. We're gonna make this an enum because I can't be bothered doing the fancy way. Enum. So we have, this is position text. So we have local, global, offset, and chunk ID. And then we go, hey, can you commands dot spawn pos text local text nan themed text, and then you're the same thing, except you're except you for text in text, right? You actually need the pos text, don't you? So we just need to say get us mutable text. Wait, do you need mutable text? The fuck? No, you just need pos text. What are you fucking doing? Just reference to pos text. Pos text. Right. So we toggle local, we do the pos text, and we say entered in the text. Okay. So then we say pos text. So we say so this toggle local. So if text equals, well, funnily enough, now we can do this when we say pos text. Wait, no, pos text? Pos text. So your pos text local, and then we can like copy this. Okay, yep, local, and then we pos text local. Your global, no, still total local. Because now we can use this to be like, this is how the different fucking things know what they are. So this is offset, local and chunk ID. So the idea is that we go, hey, can you, if they triggered, let type or pos equals text dot get triggered dot source, right? And then I'm just gonna call unwrap because I actually kind of want it to crash if it's getting the wrong fucking thing. And then we also want to say like dereference it because this, and we're going to say that you're actually clone copy, right? So then you also need like equal par equal eq par equal hash. Okay, right. So we're going to say you get pos like this. So you get flagged to the text, and then you say, hey, if text equals let pos. We say, hey, text equals pos entity despawn. Wait, what? No, don't target the source and despawn it. Okay, that's annoying because that means I need to go entity. Maybe? Yeah, I'm trying to get this done real quick. Like this, do that. Okay, so button. All right, so then this becomes entity and text, and then we say, hey, if text equals pos, so if text pos, and then we say despawn entity. So if pos equals, so type you can't be dereferenced. So it's dot cloned. This side? No. Is it this side? No, it's not. Okay. No, so it is there. It's get dot cloned copied. No, why is that not working? You suck. Alright, whatever. We dereference you there, and we say, hey, so spawn it in with... It's technically the text doesn't matter. We're just going to actually spawn in with demand. We're going to use that format. So you're going to debug that n/a to indicate that it's not spawned, and then we're going to pass in pos like that. Okay, so if dereference pos equals text pos, yep, you don't implement debug. Debug. text is a query. So it's an array or some kind, not a single tuple. So I said text.get and then the source destination. So it should only return, and it is only returning a single. So get returns a result that holds either the item or the reason it couldn't find it, which is either there's two reasons it can't find it. It's either the entity doesn't exist or the entity's been despawned or something. I think is the other one. Like, I don't know. So the entity doesn't exist and the entity doesn't match. I think are the two options you get. We could have a look, but it's, yeah, again, to get distracted. We're supposed to be trying to finish this quickly. So the idea is that we have our button, which I don't actually care about because we're never despawning the buttons from here. Then we have our text. And so basically what we're doing is we're saying, when we trigger this toggle local, we go, what piece of text is on the button? Then if we just ticked it, we spawn that piece of text in. If we just unticked it, we remove the checkbox and we despawn. We iterate through and despawn any piece of text that is flagged as that piece of text. There's a search, for any entity. So the query is anything that matches this. The get is saying, I want the actual data attached to this specific entity if you have it. So it can, so you can also call like .single, and single will also throw, I think single actually just returns, no, it also returns an option, because it's like, for a while there, it was like if you called single, it would just crash. And then, well, maybe we should tell you why it crashed. Is it because there's more than one, or is it because there's only, like, because there's less than one? Like 0 and more than one are valid reasons for single to fail. So it returns an option telling you which of those it did. So the toggle local should now work to be able to toggle on and off. And then we just need to write a custom piece of code to let us see which, like to actually update what's rendering, which should be fairly easy because, again, we'll have access to what it's trying to render, and then therefore we can just do it. So we go to debug settings and we go, hey, show local, and then we show global, and we show, apparently not the same. Interesting. Okay. So yes, but no. Why does unticking is despawning the wrong fucking thing, by the way. So unticking is the entity remove click. So then entity here. Okay. And entity does not equal source.target. Please do not spawn the fucking button. Okay, you can't untick them because technically they had the right thing and they were despawning themselves, which, I mean, is exactly what I asked it to do. I don't know why they're not stacking properly. It's got something to do with this not having its flex set up properly. So, like, because they should all be children. No, that's you. So we need some kind of root terminal thing to put them in. Otherwise, they're all just ending up in the fucking... They're all just ending up at 0, 0 because they're not actually going inside something. But we'd actually have to, like, make, like, a UI root, which is its own thing. We'll do that later. That's too much work for today. So then we go down here and we say fn update local. They need better names. I'm literally just coming up with literally anything to get to work right now. Okay, so it's update pos text. Right. So then we say mute pos text. So we get the pos text and the text, and we also need, so we need the player, which is a single transform with player entity. Right. So that's that. Then we need to say offset, which is a res. This is the worst thing ever. It should not be called this. I just reused the type. I'm using a chunk ID as the offset into the world. And then we also needed the... Actually, I think that might be it. We have global offset, and chunk offset, which are all calculated from those two pieces of value. So we say for pos in mute text, and then we say, hey, local. So local is format player.transform. Okay. Can you... actually fine, that's fine. Global is global offset. No, don't do that. So global, let G equals player dot translation plus equals plus offset dot offset. Okay, and then text dot 0 equals format global d dot xyz. Okay, and then text dot 0. So this is offset, and so offset is just going to be that. So it's going to go. You'll just like do this, and then please debug offset. Right. So that's our offset, and then the chunk ID, and then that's just format, and then we just say chunk ID from translation, which is then going to be player.translation plus, okay, player.translation, and then plus offset. Like that, and then you only take in that. We can implement display and stuff like that later if we actually wanted to do that, but anyway. So I also don't know why I'm working in like a reduced terminal size. I guess it just didn't fix itself. And then we have to dereference U. So we say, hey, terminal, and then we update the position text. So then we go here and we say, hey, yeah, okay. And we have like app.add systems update position text, which should mean that when we spawn them in, they should immediately start updating with the correct piece of information that we are trying to export. And then we'd need like a root in order to make them actually a fucking... Wait, don't the fucking FPS things work? Why do they... I thought the FPS things work though. Like, it shows all the FPSs, right? We go play and we go settings and we go... If I turn on, like, show FPS, it shows all fucking 3 of them. I must have spawned them all into the same container. We do this. And go, okay. So our local position is 10, we go 5, 4, 0. Okay, and then we go above and we go... Interesting that the local position can get above 64. It shouldn't be allowed to get above 64. Look at that. Did it get above 64? No. Oh, it can't get above 128 because it teleports back to 64. So the idea being that we fall back down, and but then we can fly all the way down to negative 64 before it teleports us back to 0. Hey, okay. I do feel like I maybe need to tweak it so that it actually teleports us and tries to keep it central. Maybe, I don't know. So then we want to debug and we go, don't show local, show global. Then the global should like never reset because the global is like literally the global position, and then show offset. So this should like constantly be like, now we're up 36 blocks and then we're down, and so now we're -1 and go over here, and all right, and then show chunk ID, and then this should basically be the actual ID of the chunk. So if we go back to like spawn, it should be like 0. So when we're in 0, 0, 0, the offset should be 0, 0, 0. Come on. It's not that way. Let's get over here. Oh, wrong way. So that's 0, 0. So apparently 0, 0 is inside this mountain somewhere. That doesn't make any sense. Where the fuck am I going? Okay. Yeah. I guess that does make sense, because this is about where we spawn, next to this mountain. Then we show global. So we have to show that, so we're at 0, 0 and the offset. Ooh, interesting. Why is the offset something? If we're in chunk, oh, because I bet we haven't teleported the world back to 0, 0 yet. There we go. So now we can get all of them to be zeroed. It's gonna be so much better when I make them fucking overlap. That's what I should have done. So drive the local. The fuck? That's so strange. So this is like 0, 0, 0. But then we go like turn the local off. We're in 0, 0, 0. The global position is 0, 0, 0. And the chunk ID is 0, 0, 0. So this is the center of the world. Right. Okay. That's cool. right, thank you for tuning in to the stream. I will probably polish all of this stuff off stream because it's not much fun to watch me tweak values and just shuffle things around. Basically, all I need to do is make sure that when they spawn into like a UI, like a debug container that will be pinned to that corner and like flex, stretch, or grow. So it basically shrinks and grows enough to hold all of the fucking information. But anyway, hope you've all enjoyed, and I will see you probably tomorrow for continuing this. And now I have to like reopen all the tabs so that I can like make sure that the fucking